Hello, I'm Chris Lusvardi. I'm editor of Seed Today, which is based here in Decatur, Illinois. I've been editor of Seed Today for the past 5 years, and I've enjoyed my time learning about the seed industry and meeting with people both here in the United States and around the world while working for Seed Today, which, for those of you who don't know, is a quarterly seed publication or trade publication now in its 25th year, which provides the latest information and stories about the seed industry. Our third quarter edition will be published in August, which is our next one, but we also have samples of our past 3 editions in ISF's Resource Center, and full editions can also be found online on our website, which is www.seedtoday.com, where you can also find daily news updates on a variety of topics impacting the seed industry, both nationally and internationally. You can also find us on Facebook, Twitter, and LinkedIn, and subscribe to both the magazine and our online e-newsletter, which is sent out by email twice a month. I'm very excited to be here today with ISF Regulatory Affairs Manager Szabolcs Ruthner, who I'll have introduce himself and explain a little bit about his role with ISF.
Hey, well, thank you very much, Chris, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today about some issues which is under my scope here in ISF. So I'm Szabolcs Ruthner, and I'm working at ISF since 2015. I'm a regulatory affairs manager, dealing with various regulatory aspects around the seed industry, but mostly focusing in a couple of last years policies around plant breeding innovation. Probably it's more likely, as you know, the word genome editing. So it's anything related to policy, regulatory areas, and gene editing is at my table here at ISF.
Great, that sounds very interesting. So it's great to be here talking with you today, and we'd like to talk about a very important topic, which is gene editing. But before we get too far into the debate and what's going on as far as the gene editing policy, could you please explain what we mean by gene editing? What exactly is it?
Yeah, I try to explain it by, I guess many of the viewers are somewhat familiar with this subject, because this is nowadays is all over the place. So you can hear all of the medias and other channels. So how we usually explain and what the plant breeders and how the plant breeders edit the plant's DNA is basically similar to editing a text on a word processor. So when your sequenced DNA are like the sentences, words that can be deleted, replaced, or added, and the results in a change in meaning. So it's very similar to that. The newest methods not even require cutting the DNA, just chemically edit the base pairs, which called prime or base editing. So this is, I think, the easiest way to describe to really something similar to a word processor on a computer. What is also an important aspect that this current application, which right now breeders are working, they're mostly working on the gene pool, on the own gene pool of the plant without introducing foreign genes. And I think this will be important when we are speaking about the regulatory aspects in a later stage. Maybe also important that why breeders are doing it. So what is the motivation behind that breeders do genome editing? Is very simple. Since breeding has started basically centuries ago, the aim was to increase the genetic variability of the cross, and which is the major source of plant breeding. So basically what plant breeders do with genome editing, this is an additional tool to induce more genetic variations through the breeding process. Also, there is a frequently asked question that we have this genome editing, so this will make earlier methods obsolete or not. And the clear answer is no. Genome editing, or we can call it targeted mutagenesis, is part of the breeding cycle. So traditional breeding methods like crossing and selection will be part of the work of the breeders in the future as well. This only makes some of the application more efficient than was in the past.
What are the main benefits of gene editing?
One of the main benefits is the precision. So it's we know much more about the genome today. So this is right now enables us to make changes in a much more targeted way than we did in the past. It also because of the efficiency, it's saving time, inducing less unintended changes in the DNA, like compared to previous methods like random mutation, when it was really all over the place when breeders use it, and it was difficult to predict the change. But also we need to know that this is pretty much the beginning of the story. So we already see many possibilities to improve plants and their characteristics, and those type of characteristics which were difficult to breed or improve with earlier methods. So I'm thinking about polyploid plants, when you have like many chromosomes and you have to alter in the same time. Obviously, with crossing and selection, it was much more difficult. Or different characteristics which are controlled by many genes. So most of the disease resistance characteristics, for instance, are controlled by gene families, and which was very difficult to improve with earlier methods. So with genome editing, this could be really an advantage. And also, this is a relatively inexpensive method. So of course it requires laboratory background and certain type of knowledge, but it gives access to not just for a few bigger companies, but to public institutes and small and medium-sized enterprises as well.
Yeah, so who are some of the developers behind the products obtained by genome editing?
Yeah, it's interestingly, there's only two products at the market at the moment which are fully commercialized. So one well-known example is the high oleic soybean from Calyx, which is marketed in the US, and there was just recently high GABA tomato in Japan. But on the other hand, we see, of course, a lot of research and publication. And also in some of the countries, there are some public consultations started in certain products. And it's really depict a really diverse picture in terms of the size and geography of the stakeholders. So public institutes, small, medium-sized companies, and also specialized startups are basically flourishing, and they're starting their research and product development. So and also what is important, we see many public-private partnership when universities, public institutes are teaming up with the public sector. So it's a really diverse and good type of cooperation at the moment. And it's partly what I said, due to the relatively low level of entry in terms of financial meaning. So we often hear this criticism that is just for the big and multinational companies, but what we are seeing is absolutely the contrary.
Yes, it sounds like it. So what is the ISF's position as to the policies around genome editing?
Yeah, it's one of our key strategic objective, of course. It's important for the seed industry, important of the breeding sector. So we very early on had a specialized working group who are dealing with this issue. It was established right now 6 years ago.
Okay.
And right in the beginning, we said our baseline, our principle that we would like to convey to policies and regulators, that they should look at the product and not the technology behind. So if a gene-edited product could have been achieved by other traditional breeding methods or via natural processes, they should be regulated the same way. So based on these principles, regulators can relatively easily determine if a gene-edited product should fall under the respective GMO or biotech regulation or not. So I think it was early on agreed, and I think we managed to somehow get traction, and some of the governments are took this kind of thinking, and I will speak a little bit later about concrete examples from countries how it has been done. The other important elements which also somehow underline the importance of this type of product-based approach, that this is a rapidly evolving technology, as we know. So new publications are coming out pretty frequently. So the only way to keep up with these challenges from the regulatory perspective is to look at the outcome rather than the process, because if you are looking at the process, we are already late, because next day or next year or next month there will be new technologies available. So I think this is very important. And
so how soon do you think that we could see some of these policies approved and implemented?
Yeah, I think it's already the discussion in different policies in countries started 5 years ago. So there are some countries that already have adopted policies, while others are in the phase of reviewing their regulatory framework. Also, there are countries who are in these 5-6 years, they are rethinking again, because they felt that it's not really future-proof what they have at the moment. So if we see this kind of a map, it's really varies. I think what was important for us as ISF, how to approach these discussions, that there is no international organization who would oversee this policy development. So for instance, for plant variety protection, we have UPOV. For seed testing, we have VISTA. So for genome editing or plant breeding innovation, obviously we don't have. So our role, and since the beginning, and I think we did it quite successfully, to try government to speak and agree on certain principles, and this kind of discussion needs to maintain in the future as well.
Right. I know it's been an issue specifically in Europe and with the European Commission. I think it's currently studying the issue. What's happening there, and in terms of attempts to try to provide some regulations for gene editing?
Probably. Europe is absolutely very important, but probably I would start with more positive examples, if you may allow so, because
sure.
Because I think this is what we can build in the future. So as I said, right now it's a moving target, so not every country finalized fully their policies. So what positive example to be mentioned first is South America. So we are really seeing a great alignment of countries, and they have the same regulatory trigger. So it means that the gene-edited product contains novel genetic combination or foreign gene sequence. They are considered GMOs, and if they are not, they are considered as any other conventional product. So it's a very pragmatic, varying approach. These countries have case-by-case pre-consultation, so developers can approach them, and within 60, 90 days, they can answer that they can commercialize their products as a conventional, or they have to go through on the regulatory approval of a GM products. And there are other good examples. Australia, they have upfront exemptions, so some of the small modifications are exempted without any need of consultation. We have Japan, there is a voluntary consultation. Also, certain products are treated as conventional. We have US and Canada, where again, it's not fully, the discussion hasn't been fully finished, but already certain products are exempted. So, and I could go on luckily with nice examples. So these are really positive. As regards the European Union, indeed, it's an important region. It's obviously has big impacts of the rest of the world, and unfortunately, in 2019, while they make a legal interpretation of their GMO legislation, this legal interpretation was concluded that all targeted mutagenesis, so meaning genome editing, will be considered as GMOs, which was obviously a huge shock for the research community, for private companies. But what is important to know here that this GMO regulation is already 20 years old, and it's based on the knowledge of the late 90s or the mid 90s. So to be honest, this is the interpretation that could have been achieved with this old regulation. And I think because of this outroar of the scientific community, not just public and private, I think the Commission started thinking, okay, this is really feasible, this is really enforceable. And they started, and what you talk about, Chris, they started a Commission study, which took a little bit more than a year to conclude. There were various stakeholders, consultation with private research, with public research, with the respective stakeholders like farmers and food processors and so forth. And they published this study in April with some very promising results for the future. So there is really hope in Europe to change that. So basically, what the conclusion was that this recent GM legislation have clear implementation challenges, and there are legal uncertainties as regards these new methods. There's a strong indication that it's not fit for purpose. So this needs to be somehow modified and needs to adapt it to the scientific and technological progress. And also, it's recognized the importance of future innovation. So I think this was a very positive first step. But as we know, in the European Union, things don't happen overnight. So it's going to be a longer, many years procedure to go through with the all political levels, with the European Parliament and Council to get things moving. But I think there is this first positive element and is there. So hopefully we can build on it, and this current situation can be changed in the future.
So what as far as the impact on the rest of the world, what do you think once everything's resolved in Europe, what's going to be the impact for regulations? You mentioned so much happening in other places.
Yeah, I think it's depending on the outcome. At the moment we are hopeful, but we don't know what we'll get in the end. I think there are two elements I think it's very important. So Europe is one of the largest seed importer and exporter globally, and also a very significant player in the import of commodities and food and feed. So any regulatory uncertainty will pose a very big trade barrier of these products with all detectability issues, labeling. So it's if Europe will deviate from rest of the world, this will pose a really nightmare from the trade perspective. The regulatory implication is also interesting because some countries in Africa, for instance, or Asia, they are looking the European regulation because they think this is sound and safe and science-based, so they have some idealistic views, I guess, that something is coming from Europe, it needs to be followed. So there's a danger of, obviously, if the outcome would be negative from Europe, this can trickle down in other countries and impact their regulatory framework. So there are a lot at stake, not just because of Europe itself, but it has a great impact on the rest of the world as well.
Sure sounds like it. So what could be some of the consequences of disproportionate and inconsistent regulations?
Yeah, I think we have this nice example of GMO regulation. So we know what was the result of patchwork of regulation and asynchronous decision as regards the GM product. So if it's repeated, I think the negative consequences could be the same, that only the largest companies will have the financial capacity to manage the cost related to the regulation, because we know, for instance, GMs, which is already an expensive technology, but sometimes the regulatory costs are higher than the development cost. So this can happen to genome editing as well if there be incoherent legislation. And also, what we see today, there is really many crops. Breeders and researchers are growing a very wide range of crops. So it's not just soybean, maize, and cotton. So, but if again, and this will be a higher entry because of the regulatory cost, this could be limited for the highest benefit crops, which we would like to avoid for sure. And also, what we see, the great interest today with the academic community, domestic agriculture research organization, international agriculture research organization. So there's a great deal of public research which could be also hindered or restricted with a high regulatory burden. And then this has a trigger effect to all type of research cooperation, germplasm exchange, and so forth. In the end, it will be difficult to increase productivity in a sustainable way, which will become more and more challenging. So again, I think we have some negative experience from the past, and obviously we don't want to repeat this with the genome editing. Yeah.
What can be some of the benefits to providing farmers with choices and access to quality seeds?
It may sound as a kind of common sense, but we are living in an age with many global challenges like climate change, increasing population, and so forth. So I think we cannot afford to lose access to any of the breeding methods. So as the industry, the only way to provide high quality seed if we have access to those methods and technologies. And we don't think that any type of production methods would be superior compared to another, but I believe, and we believe that we have a place for conventional biotech, genome editing, whatever type of product. So I think what is important to have locally adapted varieties available for farmers, and they need to choose what is their preference. So not the regulators choose instead of the farmers. I think the bottom line is here that we have to provide a wide variety of choices of different varieties developed through different type of techniques. But if it's safe, if it's tested, this needs to be available for the farmers.
Any other top priority issues the ISF is focused on right now?
I think one of the priority, and you didn't ask, so probably I insert here, still related to plant breeding innovation is the communication. So we as a seed industry, have a really clear role to explain why we are doing this, what we are doing, and how we are doing it to the general public. So we are in the past, but also already in the future, we try to have some communication materials, infographics, small visuals, short description that we try to explain the I would say the real story, the fact-based story about genome editing and why it's important, not just for the breeders, not just for the farming communities, but also for the entire society. I think it's a very important thing, and we are working on it. The other thing is we are in heavy preparation for the UN Food System Summit, and this will be the biggest, I would say, agricultural event of the year, and we are part of the discussion, and we have the chance to show how the seed sector can contribute to a more resilient and sustainable food system. And at last and not least, one of our key priorities is the free movement of seeds. And obviously, we have a lot of regulatory hurdle, especially in the field of the phytosanitary regulations. So this is a kind of ongoing subject, but it's a really evergreen and very important subject, because this is what seed traders can face every day with market restriction, market access problems. So this is something we are doing on an ongoing, continuous manner.
With so many of these important issues that you're involved with, how can people around the world make their voices heard and give you their input as to the various issues?
Yeah, as at ISF level, obviously we have various committees, sections, working groups who are working on these different procedures. So it's open for seed companies and the experts of the seed industry to join this kind of preparatory work, which then can be represented in the different international forum we have. But I think what is not more important, but equally important, that the implementation level is always national and regional level. So I think it's important to be involved in the global level, but it's equally important to have the same representativity at the national discussion and the country level discussion, that if a position agreed at ISF level, this needs to be implemented at the national level. And for that, we have National Seed Association who are our members, and the activity and the company's activity in the national level is also very, very, very important.
That it definitely is. So, well, thank you for joining us and explaining the issues so well here today. Be sure to check out seedtoday.com for the latest information about these and other issues impacting the seed industry, along with checking out all the resources ISF provides on these and other important topics. We hope that those of you watching have found this session to be informative and that you're enjoying the ISF Virtual Congress. It's been a great way to bring us all together, and hopefully it can return to being in person again next year. For now, enjoy the rest of the week.
was the first farmer who planted a seed and grew our world. It was the birth of progress. Because someone could grow a little corn, some wheat, rice, humanity could grow everything else. This is the power of farming. The power to grow our civilization. But who could have predicted how big civilization could get? Our population is increasing. Our natural resources are declining. And our planet's climate is changing. So farming needs to change too. And it has. With smarter tools, sustainable practices, and ever higher yields. Farming gives progress to the world, and the world is giving it back to farming. We're CORTEVA AgriScience, and we're here to support the people who support us all. With stronger seeds, precise crop protection, and data you can count on, we're bringing the next generation of farming to the next generation of farmers.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. Welcome to the CORTEVA AgriScience session of the ISF Virtual Congress. My name is József Máté. I'm the communications lead for Europe of CORTEVA AgriScience, and I'm going to be your host together with my colleague Eric de Reur, who is the Global External Affairs Director at CORTEVA, at today's session. So we are going to talk about some key trends in agriculture and food production, topics like trust, innovation. But before that, because we are still a new company and it may not be that familiar for all of you, let me start with a quick introduction of our company. So we are CORTEVA AgriScience. We are a global, standalone, pure-play agriculture company built on the strengths of our three heritage companies, DuPont Pioneer, DuPont Crop Protection, and Dow AgriSciences. We just celebrated our second anniversary, and actually we published our first sustainability report at our second anniversary 4 weeks ago, actually. And we have more than 20,000 employees who are working, every day on bringing new products, solutions, and services to our farmer customers all over the globe. We have three platforms. We have the seed platform, we have the crop protection platform, and we have the digital agriculture platform. And talking about the seeds, as we are the seed congress here, so some of our brands like Pioneer or Brevant may sound very familiar to you here. And so let's start. And Eric, while you are doing your job and you talk to many external stakeholders around our industry, what are the key trends you see you are facing in agriculture and food production? What are the trends that are really are sort of forcing companies to change the ways they operate?
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Joseph. Hi, and hi, everyone. Things are always changing, right? So, and if I look back at the 25 years of I've been working in this industry of agriculture, many things have changed. We're talking to the farmers, to the policymakers, to the consumers. Many things have changed. But if I have for today to pick a few trends which we see in the society, in the policymakers, which have the magnitude of being transformational for the way we as a company operate in our seed sector, but also in many other sectors and for other industries, I would say two trends come really to my mind. The first one is we're moving from a situation where the consumers were interested only or almost only in the characteristics or the attributes of the product he were consuming or buying, to a situation where now the way this product has been produced, has been created, is, let's say, as important. This is a significant change in the way we have to respond to that. This is a significant change in the behaviors, purchasing behaviors of the consumers, and we have to take account of that. So that's a move from that's the how and the what instead of the what, just only the what before. The second significant evolution is about the trust and the confidence of the society and the people in established governmental bodies and established regulation, which have been regulating for many decades, which have been regulating and evaluating the activities that our sector, particularly in the ag, highly regulated sector, have been doing, right? So this is a little change. Now, if you see that from the half empty glass, this is an increase of the lack of trust and confidence. This is quite worrying, actually. If you see that from the glass half full, this is a little bit more positive. It's really an intention here for the society to not only rely solely on the regulation and the policymakers, but also to rely on their willingness to participate themselves in solving the big issues that they want to address. So a little bit of kind of a call for self-responsibility of the consumer and really act through their purchasing, through the big changes they want to do, instead of relying on the regulation only. Of course, this is driving many changes in how we do operate. This is changing also and creating the need for the private sector and all companies like the seed companies also to engage in corporate social, corporate environmental responsibilities, and probably also going toward more voluntary actions that we used to do in the past.
And how, so talking about that, so how CORTEVA is concretely reacting to these trends?
Well, of course, we observe that and try to respond to it, right, with voluntary actions. This is really what we are trying to be a little bit more vocal and visible on what we can do voluntarily. But there is one element in which we really value and really believe in is the value of the transparency. Being more transparent is a fundamental request now from our customers. So fundamentally, it's not new for us as a company, right? But the context has changed in such a way that we need to make it a little bit more substantial and a little bit more central or centric of how we do operate, so this transparency element. So specifically on our seed platform at CORTEVA, we recently launched an online seed product directory where the public can look and see what breeding technologies have been used to create and make the products we market. Should they be corn seeds or sunflower seeds or oilseed rape or soybeans. So this website is really for us a reflection of our commitment to openness. It's a reflection of our understanding that not only what we do, but also how we do it is a great of interest to the consumers. We also believe that will ultimately help our farmers, our customers, the farmers, to be successful and more successful in their agenda to gain trust and confidence on how they produce the food that the consumer needs. So a message for the Congress here today is we really encourage the entire seed industry to take a similar approach on transparency for the same reason that I explained before, but also because if we all collectively show our willingness to open the dialogue, we can increase the public understanding and support for our new innovation and technologies. As a government affairs person, I also think it will help provide the policymakers with a robust voluntary baseline and standard that they can rely on when they develop new policies. So when they will develop new policies, if they have this baseline of voluntary transparency on the technologies, it may help the policymakers to focus on outcome-based policies, which focus really on the goals where they want that they want to achieve with the policies, instead of being prescriptive policies on the how we do it. So, and we know that these outcome-based policies are the best environment for our industry to be effective in developing new innovation and new technologies. So that's really what we are trying to do today on that aspect of transparency.
Okay, yeah, transparency and trust. I mean, certainly. I mean, and now when you think of trust, there's one thing that is even requiring more efforts and really more energy from our side to gain public acceptance and confidence, and this is innovation and the new technologies. So how do you see the role of innovation among these future trends?
Well, unsurprisingly, as an R&D company, we put innovation really at the center of who we are and what we do as a company. So innovation is central for us and vital for us. We are convinced that we will solve the many challenges that agriculture has to address nowadays with innovation in the future. By innovation, we of course talk about new products, we talk about new services, we talk about new practices on how to put those solutions in place at the farmer level, at the food chain level, etc. To be honest, this is what agriculture has always been doing for decades, if not centuries, right? Ever evolving and improving the practices. The primary objective of agriculture and the role of innovation in that remain the same, is to produce enough food in quantity, in quality, in diversity to meet the ever-changing growing population needs and requirements. That remained the block of the goals for the innovation. But as we move forward now, we keep adding new goals to the farmers, to the food chain, to the food system. The goals to do that same goals with less surface, to do that same goals with the new climate conditions, to do that with greenhouse gas emission reduction consideration, to do that with less impact on the environment, on the soil, on the biodiversity. So that's these new goals that keeps adding to the pile. And we're convinced that this very dynamic ag sector has the capabilities to integrate all of this, but will need innovation. We believe the solution will come by expanding the toolbox of the farmers, the way they can use this toolbox rather than reducing it and coming back. So it's a looking forward rather than a back movement to the past from a technology standpoint. So innovation is at the center of what we do.
And what do you see as the major obstacles on the way of innovation? What stands in the way to include more tools in the toolbox of the farmers?
Our ag sector is, as everyone knows online, is a very highly regulated sector and discipline. Seed segment is not an exception, highly regulated sector. So maybe one of the limitations for innovation I would see is, or let's say more, not for the development innovation, but more for the access to the innovation. One of the limitations is the fact that regulations evolve at a much slower speed than innovation itself. So that creates a little disconnect of the capabilities of the private sector, but also the private sector to develop and get to the market with new innovation and the ability actually to get access to that market. So that's really probably one of the barriers, because it creates, of course, uncertainties for innovators like private sector or public sector who might become reluctant to invest with these uncertainties on the regulation. So we are here today in Switzerland. We are here today in the middle of Europe. We saw the map before with the presenters before about the gene editing regulatory aspect. We saw the Europe in red. We are here in Europe. So gene editing, for instance, is, of course, one good example of what this barrier could be. Another barrier, I would say this one was more an external barrier. Another barrier I would see is the internal barrier, more internal to our sector, and comes from the fact that the challenges we will have to face nowadays in the ag sector to help the farmers to cope with those challenges are becoming more and more complex. They will require more and more a broader panel of tools, broader panel of expertise and solutions to holistically address the challenges that the farmer have to address, because they are multi-factors by essence. So this complexity of interconnected factors are making also an internal barrier, which may require some structural changes in the way we do innovation in our industry. There's not going to be a one magic solution. It will be a combination of solutions. So that's creating a new need and requirement for our sector to address from a capability standpoint. So one internal, one external barrier.
And what CORTEVA is doing to overcome those barriers. So is there a way you see that we can accelerate access to innovation, access to new technologies, or is there any specific program that you invented and you think it's a good way forward?
Yeah, maybe Joseph, two things, one internal again and one more external. One big reflection we had as we built CORTEVA a few years ago is is the concept that to be successful in our ability to innovate in the ag sector, we need to enlarge our knowledge base. As I mentioned before, the things and problems become much more complex and multi-factor. So internally, we address that by combining our different areas of expertise. Seeds, of course, we are in the International Seed Federation Congress, so these seed capabilities, but also the crop protection element, the digital element, the artificial element, the way we put all of that products together are for us a key element of the synergies we can gain by combining all of these and probably be a little bit more effective in our innovation target. A good example of this, if I may say today, is our recent developments and fast developments in the seed applied technology, for example. The seed treatment and everything that goes around the seed, which is, for me, the essence of precision agriculture, right, is put the solutions around the seed. This is really at the intersection of our seed capabilities and our crop protection capabilities, and we have developed that capacity in a very short period of time, and we are very, very excited here with the potential that this development has for a company like CORTEVA and for the many customers in the seed industry that we serve. So that's for the internal piece. But we also believe the innovation will require more collaboration externally. I think this is now obvious that all of those challenges, no one can solve it all or solve them all, will require a combination of solutions, will require the addition of competencies and skills and capabilities. So more collaboration externally is really also something that we are trying now to establish on the way we do operate as CORTEVA. So it takes various forms, it takes various stakeholders' involvement, the private sectors for sure, the public sectors, the universities, the non-profit organization, all of those actors have their play in the game, if you wish. That's what we also are trying to collaborate with. It can also take the forms of different aspects. It's of course traits, should they be native traits or gene-edited traits, but also around the breeding and the genetic gain that we can achieve through the innovation, the enabling technologies, as we mentioned before, the gene editing or the CRISPR-Cas technologies, but also the biologicals, the crop protection, the digital solutions. So all of that will also be part of what we will call the external collaboration, if you wish.
You mentioned a few examples.
A few examples also, it can also take different ways. It's both ways for us. It's really for us as CORTEVA to integrate external capabilities in our R&D platform. So on our website, we post regularly R&D challenges or research challenges that the researchers all around the globe have the internal and external have the potential to help us to solve. So that's this type of collaboration that we are looking for to solve some challenges that we have internally. So that's the inward. But it also goes outward, and this is the other aspect of our open innovation is for us to share our capabilities, in some extent our intellectual properties also, with others through licensing or development agreement. So recently, and I really encourage our participants here today to check on our CORTEVA.com, we have created an open innovation website where we put here so the guidance and the guidelines for us to collaborate inward, outward with the external world. So we have put that website online, and since we did that last years or 2 years, we since have signed multiple agreements with external stakeholders to advance. We really believe this is a way for us to leverage and accelerate the access to innovation for the farmers.
Collaboration, open innovation, as you mentioned. So that's certainly an encouraging approach. But do you expect policymakers, regulators to do their job here as well? And how should they? What do they need to do more to better promote? I would say this new direction, this new approach. Well, do you expect them to react to this?
Yeah, indeed. We hope for future policies to create a favorable environment for innovation. Indeed, this is really what we hope. We actually, if I may, this is our expectation for the future policies, right? And I think we discussed across this Congress this week about many policies discussion, right? We discussed the COP26, we discussed the UN Food System Summit that will be happening soon. We also talk about the gene editing policy policy evolution. We discussed that for Europe, for example. So many policies discussions are going on. So we have expectations for those policies to be innovation friendly, or at least be an incentive for the private and the public sector to broadly and actively and effectively innovate, because this is really for us the solution. So in that regard, if I may, want to share with our participants here, we expressed 3 expectations for those policies conversations. The first one is to ensure that those guidance and those policies are outcome-based. In the sense of they define clearly the ultimate goals that needs to be addressed for political reasons, and also the metrics to use as a measurement of progress for whatever sector, private or public. So outcome-based rather than preconceived notions about how we should address the issue or unilateral restriction on the tools and solutions that needs to be used to address that goal. So let the creativity of the public and private sector generate the innovation that will meet that goals, but define that goals clearly is something that the private sector is looking for. We are looking for as CORTEVA, because it will enable us to innovate more effectively, more targeted to what are the political trend and the demand also from the society. I mentioned the private sector. For us, the private sector is of course the companies like the ISF members. It's also the farmers, and it's mostly the farmers. So this is a second expectation we have for all of those policies conversation, is the farmers to be always centric to the conversation, because nothing will happen without the farmers being centric and central to the implementation of their policy. So their role and their value and has to be acknowledged and values in the future policies. This is really what we are asking. The third element we are really asking the policymakers to consider in those discussions is to ensure that those policies are developing clear market-based mechanisms that will really support, in such a way even incentive, the farmers to adopt the new technologies and the new practices that are that will enable to achieve the goals that they want to achieve in the outcome-based goals. So really a market-based mechanism. If I may say that a bit more simply, it's incentive from the demand side to incentive the farmers, but also to incentive the consumer behaviors change, instead of arbitrary and coercive constraints on the supply side. So that's really what we are looking for. We are passing these messages as the external affairs team of CORTEVA to the policymakers or the influencers, and they are very much aligned with what the IFS have issued recently as the ISF declaration to the UN Food System Summit. So I was very pleased to see that, and we are of course supporting it actively in our external outreach. So that's really what we
I just wanted to. But how optimistic you are that this is going to happen with this change in the attitude of officials and regulators and policymakers?
I think we are probably a bit more optimistic than a year or two ago.
Okay.
The recent crisis has probably wake up a few concept and a few awareness on the importance to have a resilient food system, and how innovation and access to the innovation is critical and central to that food security and that food resilience. So I think it has created this type of level of awareness, which makes us a little bit more confident that those elements will be considered. On the outcome base, I think we start to see also some policies driven by outcome base rather than being specific to the restrictions. There's still some work to do. We've seen that recently with the European Green Deal, but also the Japanese Green Deal, for example. But there's some hope that the outcome-based and the market forces approach will be considered. So, in any case, all of us, all of the ISF members, have to also contribute to that narrative. Definitely important.
Thank you. So we have a couple of questions on the live Q&A. So a question from a participant from Pakistan is, what may be the possible effects of increased tools, on number and duration of product development? So the more tools are available for developing products, so will that result in increased number of products, market offerings, or what will be the impact on product development of these new tools?
Yeah, the more technologies and the more tools we have at our disposal to create new product will generate, of course, a multitude of new options and solutions. We were hearing before that it will come for the companies who have big capabilities and capacities in R&D, but it will come also from a lot of new players, right? The startups, etc. So that's also a very, very vigorous ecosystem that is now created around the ag sector, which we are pleased to see, and that's why also we are eager to collaborate with all of those companies in and out. So we are very hopeful that it will create a more creativity and more opportunities for that. We're just asking for the regulation to go a little bit quicker to accompany this movement, or at least to not block it. But that's really a positive outcome of the situation today. And those technologies are really accessible to many companies nowadays. So this is also a very exciting moment to be in.
Okay. Another question also from Nepal. How can CORTEVA engage in upliftment of farmers' livelihood in South Asia?
Well, this is a really important question, which we have always been working on. But it's true that since the COVID situation and the food security question and the resilience of the food ag system, I think it has put the smallholder farmers at the center of the resilience of the food system. So the smallholder farmers is becoming an element. I think in certain regions like Asia, you mentioned Africa, 80% of the food supply is assured by smallholder farmers, out of which a big part of that is women farmers or female farmers. So that's a group and communities that we are addressing by ensuring that our supply model is delivering the products and the technologies to those farmers. But we are also developing now new programs to train those farmers to the new technologies that we have. So we have a big program as part of our sustainability goals to outreach to the smallholder farmers in those regions and train them on the new products, but also on the new practices on how to improve their economical resilience and profitability, but also, of course, their production and productivity of food for the local communities, but also for exportation. We have to realize that in many situations, right, even the exporting power of certain countries is heavily dependent on the accumulation or the addition of all of those smallholder farmers. If you take the rice industry, for example. So that's really what we do through our sustainability programs, and I really encourage the participants to go on our website to see our commitments for sustainability. That includes a significant element towards the smallholder farmers and the farmers all around the globe.
And some information is also available at the resource center of the Congress as well, so you can check that.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you very much, Eric. I think it's the end of our session. So I'll leave the floor for a wrap up if you want to say a few words.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Joseph. It was an interesting dialogue, and thanks for the participant for the question. Probably there's many others. We will be pleased to answer the questions afterward. Thanks to the ISF team for the opportunity to reflect today on some key challenges and opportunities for our sector and how CORTEVA is willing to contribute to it. Thanks the participants for listening. We remain available after the Congress or during the Congress to follow up on any questions you may have or to continue the exchange, particularly on our CORTEVA Open Innovation platform. So we are looking for the rest of the Congress, and in the meantime, I wish you all a good rest of the week. And back to you, ISF team, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Rose Souza-Riches, ISF Seed Health Manager, and I'm here
When
to
the mic is on.
introduce you to our keynote speaker for this session. She is a senior counselor at the World Trade Organization, WTO, Agriculture and Commodities Division. She was raised in 12 different countries. So it wasn't live? Sorry, I don't understand.
You have to continue with the microphone.
Because it's not working?
Yes, not working. This one's
So I need to use this.
yes, please. So,
Are we starting again?
3, 2, 1.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Rose Souza-Riches, ISF Seed Health Manager, and I'm here to introduce you to our keynote speaker for this session. She is a senior counselor at the World Trade Organization, Agriculture and Commodities Division. She was raised in 12 different countries and speaks Arabic, English, French, Italian, and Spanish fluently. She is an agriculture, environment, and climate expert with over 20 years of national and international experience. Her career started at the Egyptian Environmental Affairs Agency, where she was responsible for working with experts from across different fields and national institutions to coordinate Egypt's new environmental sector strategies. And here, in the ISF Virtual World Seed Congress, she is here to discuss how trade is an essential contribution to food systems. It is my absolute pleasure and privilege to welcome Mrs. Doa Abdel Motal. Doa, the floor is all yours.
Thank you very much, Rose, for that lovely introduction. I didn't expect it. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone, depending on where in the world you might be watching this virtual Congress from. I'm based in Geneva, Switzerland, as you can see from the virtual background that I put up to brighten everybody's day. It's an honor, an absolute honor and privilege for me to be here and to be giving this keynote address at this hugely important event. Now, the event takes place against the background of a global conversation on the future of food systems. This is the United Nations Food Systems Summit year, and the summit is right around the corner. It will take place this September. Now, both you and I know that there can be no food systems without seeds. But not only, there can be no food system transformation without improved seeds. The seed industry is one of the most research and development intensive industries, an industry that is heavily anchored in science and whose constant evolution will help determine the future of food systems. I'm aware of the many demands that are being made of the seed industry today. World population is rising, and as world population grows, so does demand for food, feed, and biofuels. And the seed industry is being asked to look at every single seed and to ask, how can I extract the maximum out of that seed? How can I boost yields? But not only that, our climate is changing, and we are facing multiple environmental challenges. And the seed industry is being called upon to produce drought-resistant seeds, pest-resistant seeds, and much more. The food systems of the future will need to use less land, less water, less energy, and less natural resources as a whole. They will also need to drastically reduce their carbon emissions. Agriculture needs to reduce its carbon emissions by 2/3 relative to levels of 2010. The food systems of the future will also need to produce more nutritious food, and the seed industry is being asked to make a contribution on the nutrition front as well. I'm here today to tell you that the WTO, the World Trade Organization, is your ally as you go forward and as you pursue all of the demands that are now being placed on your industry. If there's one thing that the COVID-19 crisis has demonstrated and has taught us all, is just how interconnected our world is. Ladies and gentlemen, there can be no global food security without international trade in food, feed, and trade in seeds. There can be no global food security without international trade in all of the things that make food production possible. And that includes the tractors, the plows, the farm machinery, but also all the services that are now essential to agriculture, from the research and development services to the information services, to the weather services, to marketing, sales, storage, distribution, and everything else. In fact, each year, the international trading system moves enough wheat, maize, rice, and soybean to feed approximately 3 billion people around the globe. There are about 30 countries in the world today that would face complete starvation were international trade in food to cease. International trade in food is not a luxury. It is a must. It is an ethical obligation. In fact, the value of international trade in agriculture and food has tripled over the past 25 years. The international trading system also moves around seeds. The WTO rulebook is designed to ensure that international trade in food is orderly, transparent, and predictable. For the seed industry, it is leveling the playing field in agricultural trade by removing the many trade restrictions and distortions that have historically impeded trade in food. But the WTO rulebook is also an ally of the seed industry because it addresses non-tariff barriers to trade, ensuring that standards, regulations, certification, and all other conformity assessment procedures remain science-based and do not act as disguised restrictions on trade. The rulebook is also the ally of the seed industry because it contains the agreement on intellectual property rights, protecting the ideas that travel along with internationally traded products, including seeds. It allows inventors to reap the benefits of their R&D investments and society at large to reap the benefit from the eventual placement of all innovation into the public domain. But the international trading system, which is so vital to your industry, also needs your support. It is faced with a changing world order, new global rivalries. It is faced with people who are doubting the value of multilateralism. We are seeing regionalism and fragmentation in international trade relations. And it has now lost its crown jewel. About 50%, let's say, of its dispute settlement mechanism has come to a halt due to differences in positions between WTO members. And I'm speaking here of the WTO's appellate body. The dispute settlement mechanism of the WTO is hugely important to your industry. We have resolved countless disputes on regulations aimed at pests and diseases, on new technologies such as GMOs, on agricultural policy, various aspects of agricultural policy such as subsidies, tariffs, tariff rate quotas, and more. It needs your support because the agriculture negotiations at the WTO have also hit a stalemate, and we would like to make progress on them at this year's 12th Ministerial Conference that will be held in Geneva at the end of this year. We need the seed industry to speak out for a strong WTO, to call for a strong multilateral trading system, and to protect the gains that took so long to create, and to help us remember that the multilateral trading system rose out of the ashes of the Second World War. We must not squander these gains. Thank you.
About the seed industry is anchored in science. You're talking about the challenges of the climate change and the support from the seed sector through the WTO. So I think that we have a lot to discuss. I just would like to say that the questions now are open. Everybody from the audience, please, if you wanted to ask any question to Doa, please send it now to the live chat and I'll be able to pick it up here. But I would like, I do have a question of my own, though, if you allow me. I would like to, you mentioned about the role of trade in relation to food security, that it is a must. May I just ask you a little bit more? Can you tell us a little bit more, why do you believe that international trade that is a must for food security?
International trade is a must for food security for a very simple reason. Different countries have found themselves on different pieces of land around the globe by accident. Indians have found themselves in India, Egyptians have found themselves in Egypt, Americans have found themselves in another continent altogether. And these continents have different geographies, have a different climate, have different resources. Now, we cannot constrain people around the world to make do with whatever piece of land they happen to have been given. International trade is premised on the notion that that the international community must collaborate to address shortages that exist in different parts of the globe. So preventing food from moving from countries that have a surplus in food to countries that have a shortage is unethical and would endanger food security. So allowing the movement of food to go forward is absolutely vital to food security. If you take Gulf Arab countries, for example, they happen to be in they happen to occupy some of the most challenging space on our planet from an environmental point of view, from a climatic point of view. They have little to no arable land. They have a very hostile climate, and they import about 85% of their food. Were you to stop trade in food, how would they survive? So international trade in food is an absolute must. But there's something else, Rose, that I want to say here. International trade in food is trade in natural resources. It's trade in land, water, energy. And so it is vital that we trade in food so that we also share these natural resources and use them efficiently. I myself am Egyptian, and I can tell you that the United Nations Development Program has told my country multiple times that if it were to aim for food self-sufficiency, it would need 3 River Niles, not 1. And so international trade in food is vital to also share water, land, and energy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that you're absolutely right. And as you know, the seed industry, it is an international industry, and this is very important that there is this message that it is important to highlight that international trade, it is important for food security and the food systems. So there is another question. Yesterday, we were talking here, I had a panel where we were talking about the impact of emergent disease on the seed sector. And of course, governments and research. With the new development in international trade and of course the emergence and re-emergence of plant disease, how do you see the role of the WTO in this very movable and changeable international arena?
So plant diseases are a very real life phenomenon and are a big issue in agricultural trade, pests and diseases. Now, the WTO is not a standard-setting body, so the WTO will not tell a country, your food must correspond to X or Y standard. However, the World Trade Organization encourages countries as they trade to adhere to international standards. It also encourages them to ensure that their standards are science-based, that they conduct risk assessments, to ensure that whatever regulations they are putting in place are there to address a real issue. WTO rules are also there to ensure, to distinguish, if you will, between real concerns and disguised restrictions on trade and protectionism. So the role of the WTO is to anchor governmental regulations in a set of sound principles. We fully allow our member governments to regulate and to aim for the highest possible health, nutrition, and other standards, but we simply ask them to ensure that this is done on the basis of science and preferably international norms. And the reason we press for international norms and adherence to international norms is so as to prevent the multiplication of national and regional standards, which make the lives of traders impossible, reduce predictability, reduce transparency, and raise the administrative cost of trade.
Now that's excellent. And it is important that what you said and is highlighted here, because we know, based on the information that we collect, we have a regulated pest list with only 5 to 7% regulated pests around the world actually see it as a pathway. The other ones, the over 80, 90%, see there's no pathway, but nonetheless, some governments are still regulating. So there is a really huge issue for us. And when we say that regulation should be science-based, we completely support you on that. Regulations should be science-based and needs to have a reason why the countries, governments are putting specific measures in place, because the reality it is, if it is not, then what you're doing it is you stopping trade, which means that you have further more issues, especially some of the ones that you said already, which it comes with food security. So this is really important that we highlight here. So thank you for that. So let's talk a little bit about, yesterday you were doing a similar speech about trade and about food systems and food security. And it was, if I'm not wrong, it was a global dialogue on trade. So can you share a little bit from, for us here, from the seed sector, what it was, some of the take-home lessons that it was from this event yesterday that you believe would be of a real importance for us?
Thank you, Rose. Just to comment on the previous question, to say one more thing, which your reaction made me think of. The importance of basing regulations in science is also essential for consumers, so that we do not mislead consumers. So the WTO, in insisting on science, is also the ally of the consumer, ensuring that the consumer is not misled into believing that regulation that is portrayed as being in the interest of X, Y, or Z is actually not in that interest. So science is absolutely crucial. Coming to the Global Dialogue on Trade yesterday, this was an enormous event organized at the WTO, virtual event, organized within the context of the United Nations Food Systems Summit. The summit has been encouraging international organizations to collaborate with the summit on different aspects of food systems. So we organized a global dialogue on trade in food. It was an event to which 130 participants were invited, the heads of all farmers' unions, the heads of all farmers' associations, grain trading associations, agribusiness from across the globe, civil society, think tanks, governments. It was a huge event. And participants were broken into 10 rooms in which they were asked to brainstorm on various aspects and various linkages between international trade and food, such as trade in nutrition, trade in food safety, trade facilitation for perishable foods, and so on. And really, our goal in organizing this event was to send a message to the United Nations Food Systems Summit that trade is complex. There are no simple solutions. We have noticed that there is a message coming out of the summit, various dialogues in the summit, that seem to suggest that people should buy local, that the answer to the food system challenges is to cut off the global portion of food trade. We wanted to demonstrate that that cannot be the way forward. Food security, global food security, has to reflect our interdependence. We must share our food. We can't hoard our food. That doesn't mean that the WTO doesn't need reform, that the trading system can't improve, but what we absolutely cannot do is to think local and stop trading in food.
Now, this is excellent. Well said, Dora. So we do have some questions here from the live chat, and I would like to bring one of the questions. This is from Rick Turner. He mentions that regulation in regards to seed technologies seem to develop at different paces by country or regulatory jurisdiction. What can be done to standardize and speed up these processes, Dora, do you think?
So, of course, the standardization process is a very slow process. And, you know, the previous speaker in the previous session mentioned that one of the biggest challenges is that regulation moves slowly, whereas innovation moves fast. So that also gets reflected in standardization. Standardization is a very slow process. It starts at a regional level, it moves to the global level. It takes a long time to get consensus on an international standard, which can take 10 to 20 years to develop. So clearly, international standardizing bodies need to start approaching standardization in a different way. There needs to be a faster standardization process, faster agreements struck to keep pace with the pace of technological innovation. There's no doubt that we need to do more of that, but all of that is about greater collaboration, more multilateralism, and greater international collaboration. So we really have to promote that, but instead what we're seeing is more regionalization and more fragmentation, which would be dangerous not just to the seed industry, but to world trade at large.
No, it's absolutely. And with the situation that we have with the COVID, do you believe that there is an appetite for some countries to go for regionalism instead of multilateral? Because you mentioned already the word multilateralism quite a few times, and we do believe that there should be multilateralism. But do you think that the issues, the one that we just experienced now with the pandemic, this is why some countries are thinking on this?
So, you know, I think what's interesting is that people discover the value of international trade every time there's a global crisis. So in 2008, with the food price crisis, people discovered the value of international trade. With the COVID-19 pandemic, people are rediscovering the value of international trade. What happens whenever there's a global crisis, the first gut reaction of governments seems to be to hoard their food, imposing export restrictions on food so that whatever supply they have is kept for themselves. And in fact, it's the opposite reaction that is needed in crises rather than the hoarding of food, because the more you hoard food, the more the price of food globally rises, and the more you create an artificial shortage in addition to whatever other problem triggered the crisis to begin with. So it's a very unhelpful response. Now, in the COVID-19 crisis, what has been nice to see is that governments seem to have learned their lesson from the 2008 food price crisis. Whereas we saw some export restrictions on food being imposed at the beginning of the crisis, we quickly saw them being rolled back. And agriculture ministers of the G20 and trade ministers of the G20 were quick to say, it is not helpful to restrict trade in food. You will break global agricultural value chains. And therefore, we saw those measures being contained. But COVID has done something very good from a trade point of view for food, Rose. And it's the fact that it has pushed governments into the digital age. More digital customs procedures, faster clearances, and that's key for sectors that are very sensitive, like seeds and food perishables.
Oh, absolutely. And the digitalization, it is something that I would love to talk to you about, because I think electronic certifications, it is something that really is very important for us. I do have one extra question from the live chat, and is from Bangladesh. How can we address the quarantine issues with different countries under WTO?
The quarantine issues. Let's see where the COVID pandemic goes and whether quarantine is something that will increase or decrease in importance as we go forward. Now, quarantine and all of the other restrictions that we saw on the movement of people, on the movement of goods and services, all the slowdown in global trade, which was dramatic at the beginning of last year, was of great concern, of course, but we knew very little about the disease, how it was transmitted, et cetera. And so some very drastic measures were taken, and international trade plunged to some of its lowest levels in modern history. It is now beginning to recover. What is important to know about quarantine is that a lot of countries were quick to classify agriculture as an essential economic sector and to allow farm labor to move. A lot of agricultural production is dependent on migrant farm labor, and so a lot of countries have created special permissions for migrant farm laborers to move, and that was essential to not having the COVID crisis become a food crisis. I think we will have to see as we go how we continue to deal with COVID restrictions and their impact on trade, but we're already in a much better place relative to last year.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And let's hope that we carry on that side and that we will forget, or at least put it behind, all of this pandemic that we are still lingering around with all the different variants. I would like to touch, I know that we're getting close to our time though, but I couldn't finish without asking you about a little bit about the Food Systems Summit. And I do know that this initiative is about systems transformation. What does this mean, in your opinion, to current international policies, including agriculture policies?
Now, as you know, there's no agreed definition of food system transformation. And the reason there's no agreed definition is because countries have different goals. It's a negotiation. We have to be clear about what the UN Food Systems Summit is. It's about achieving a balanced set of outcomes that are reasonable to all member governments of the United Nations and that are acceptable to them. So it is a negotiation. Clearly, we know that the general direction needs to be one of greater sustainability, environmental sustainability, but also social sustainability. So it's going to have to be a combination of different things, environmental goals, but also goals to do with allowing smallholder farmers to trade a more level playing field in international trade policies. So reducing trade distorting agricultural subsidies that allow rich countries to subsidize agriculture, but crowd out poorer countries and the smallest farmers. So it's going to have to be a combination of policies, Rose. But I think those are sort of the main aspects, I would say, of the transformation that's required.
No, that is absolutely spot on. There is one small question here that I don't know if you would like to answer, but it's from the audience. Is there any estimation of food trade loss due to the COVID pandemic? Do you have any information on that?
Yes. So it is very interesting because whereas international trade plunged to some of its lowest levels at the end of last year, agricultural trade proved to be much more resilient than the rest of international trade. And the reason it proved to be more resilient is because demand for food is inelastic. People need food to survive, and it was not a kind of trade that governments were willing to stop or to see impacted by COVID. So international trade in agriculture remained resilient. It dipped a little last year, but only very little, and quickly recovered. So that was wonderful news. But we have to remember something very important, which is that to produce our food, we need international trade in more than just food. We need international trade in everything that makes food production possible. And this is why in my speech, I mentioned the tractors, the plows, the equipment, the fertilizers, et cetera. And all of that, unfortunately, was negatively impacted by COVID and therefore had an impact on food production. Going forward, we have to look at trade as a whole and not in segments.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I'm so sorry. We only dead on the time, and I really would love to have carry on this conversation with you, but I'm sure we'll have further opportunities. And I would like to finish this session by saying thank you so much, Dua, for your speech, for the excellent discussion that we have here, and thank you so much. And thank you for the audience for sending all your questions, and thank you everybody until the next time. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Welcome to our panel discussion, The Future of the Seed Business, Our Contribution to Resilience. My name is Claire Dool. The pandemic has made us realize how vulnerable we all are in our interconnected world. It's put a spotlight on the importance of food security and the need for resilient food systems that can withstand shocks. And we're also facing further shocks from the impact of climate change, a growing population, as well as from biodiversity biodiversity loss. So how is the seed sector positioning itself to meet some of these challenges? How are some leading companies engaging with the Sustainable Development Goals in terms of feeding the planet and reducing agriculture's greenhouse gas emissions? We're going to be hearing from a wide range of companies: multinational CORTEVA, family business Semillas Basso, Riksvan, one of the world's leading vegetable breeding companies, and DLF, a global market leader in forage, turf and vegetable seed. But really importantly, we would love to hear from you. So in the live chat, do tell us how you think the seed sector can build resilience in this challenging world. We really do want to hear from you. And of course, if you have questions for our leading companies and leaders, please also put them in the live chat and tweet. You'll be very familiar with it by now because we're on day 3, hashtag ISF Virtual 2021. So how are we going to begin? Well, I'm going to give the floor to each of our speakers to very briefly, a snapshot only, present their businesses to you. So, Truls Damsgaard, CEO of the Danish company DLF. Present your company to us.
Thank you, Claire. And I understood I had about a quarter of an hour, right? So DLF is a global seed company, but rooted in Denmark. Quite old roots, I have to say, 150 years almost. I have not been there throughout, but almost. We are about 2,000 staff around the world in 22 countries. 1 in 8 of our staff are involved in research and development, both within the conventional plant breeding as in the sort of new breeding technologies. Our crops are, as you mentioned a moment ago, the forage crops, grasses, legumes, clovers, turf grasses, like what we are playing on at the moment in the European Championship. We are involved in sugar beet seed. We are involved in vegetable seed production, and we are in the potato seed business. If I should round it off and talk about trivial things like money, our top line is about 1 billion euro.
Thank you very much for that. And I knew immediately you'd get in that reference to Euro 2020. This is about football, by the way. It's not about seeds. Let me bring in Lorena Basso, though, who's the CEO of the Argentinian company Semillas Basso. Lorena, welcome. Could you very quickly present your company to us?
Yes, good morning. I'm part of the 24 hours seed company, as Michael said in the opening. It's interesting because when some company in some part of the world turn off the lights, in another part of the world, another turn on. So that is interesting and good. So Semillas Basso is an Argentinian company founded in 1931 by my grandfather, that was an Italian immigrant. We started as an import seed company, and then with the years, we became to move into production and breeding. And during the 90s, when we had the wave of merger and acquisitions, our position was like as an import seed company was very risky, so we put all our energy in breeding. So nowadays we are breeding in vegetables, squashes, onion and sweet corn, and as well as popcorn. Popcorn is another line of our business. Argentina is the first export country, and luckily we have more than 60% of the market. We are only 70 employees. We are located in Argentina and in Brazil. I run the company with my sister, and also my brother is involved in breeding. So that we are a seed family.
Lorena, that's great. And this is the broad range of companies we've got here, from the family businesses like yours to those that are bigger. Let me ask Marco van Leeuwen, Managing Director of the Dutch company Riksvan, to present his company to us.
Yes, thank you, Claire. Rijkswaan is a family-owned Dutch company focusing on the breeding of vegetable varieties. We do so in approximately 30 crops and selling seeds of those crops in approximately 120 countries worldwide. We have a team of around 3,500 people worldwide with 30 subsidiaries in several countries in all the continents. And if we talk about numbers, then maybe I should say in the first place that we are founded in 1924. That means that simultaneously with ISF we will celebrate our centenary. And turnover-wise, we are half of the size of DLF. But we will be getting somewhere, but that is not the ultimate aim of our company. The beautiful thing of being active in a family-owned company and an independent company is that we have time on our side, and that is very crucial for a breeding company. And it's important also to invest in R&D, so approximately between 25 and 30% of our annual turnover goes into R&D. And sometimes people ask why, but this is to keep pace, in fact, with the technological developments and to remain a player in the market. And the ultimate aim is to remain independent by having all these things in our pocket and being able to play.
And we'll talk about some of that innovation later, because that's going to be very important if we're going to address the challenges that the world is facing. But let me move on to Eric de Ruyter, Global External Affairs Director of the Swiss agri-science company CORTEVA. I'm not sure whether you can keep to a minute, given the size of your company, but just try, Eric.
I will try hard. Thanks, Claire, and hi everyone. Our company has 2 years history under the name of CORTEVA, since we became a pure ag player, 100% dedicated to agriculture 2 years ago, back in 2019. But our company has a long history from its roots and its heritage roots. And actually, we are celebrating this year the 95th anniversary of one of our main seed brands called Pioneer. So we are very proud of this history through our roots. So talking about numbers, about $14 billion sales, quite well balanced, 50-50 between the two main platforms that we have, which are seeds and crop protection. But we are also quickly developing our third business platform around digital products and digital services for the farmers. At the intersection of our seed and crop protection business platforms, we are also quickly developing our seed applied technologies platform and business, where we aim to provide the seed companies all around the globe with a unique portfolio of solutions to protect the seeds against the biological agents, insect and disease, but also biostimulant. The company purpose statement is to enrich the lives of who produce and those who consume, ensuring progress for generations to come. So this statement animates, unifies our 20,000+ employees around the globe, and it well describes the fact that farmers are the center of what we do, but we also highlight the importance of understanding the consumer needs and try to meet the consumer needs trends for the future to also help our farmers. We are an R&D company with more than $1 billion investment in R&D per year, 150 R&D facilities all around the globe, and our purpose statement also indicate that being an R&D company with a lot of R&D capabilities, we also have the responsibility to ensure that these technologies are representing a progress for the society and for the farmers who buy our products. We operate globally, as the colleagues here, with sales in about 140 countries, and on the seed side specifically, the vast majority of our operation are around a few arable crops, such as corn, soybean, and oilseeds, like sunflower and oilseed rapeseed. But we do also operate in many other crops through either our own breeding or through licensing of traits and biotechnologies to other companies.
Thank you. Well, we'll dig a bit deeper into the business in a moment, but let's look at resilience and the pandemic. And I'm just going to ask for two views here, perhaps from two corners of the globe. So Lorena, I'll come to you in a moment, but let me start with Marco. The pandemic, it was a shock. What did it do to your company? What did it do to the food system? And what did you learn?
In the first place, we learned a lot. in an incredible short period, we had to adapt our way of working, going from physical to virtual. And that's pretty complicated for companies like us working with physical material, right, with seeds. And seeds are a living thing. We need to be with our farmers. We need to be in the seed supply chain. And all these things in March last year did come to a standstill. I think we were lucky, and also we had worked it out pretty quickly with the seed associations, that seed and agriculture were seen pretty soon as a vital part of the economy. And that opened again some doors and lanes that were closed before. And then we could pick up our work again, our work of doing breeding trials, ensuring seed productions, taking care of the seed supply chain and delivering to farmers. But with a lot of challenges, right? So challenges in the sense of government issues, governments tending more to secure their own food on the short term by going completely for local, which maybe for the short term is a nice and interesting idea, but it is not helping to resist shocks and stresses. On the contrary, I would say. And there were also a lot of challenges in the sense of getting access to labor in a secure and safe manner in order to make sure that we could continue the work. Now we managed, I think most of the companies managed, but of course we are very much looking forward to the back to the somewhat old normal.
What would you say was the big lesson learned?
Yeah, I think the possibilities of meeting each other virtually worldwide. But I think the biggest lesson for society was our dependency on seed. And that was also a kind of gift with this pandemic that we got from anywhere, that people started to realize the importance of seed and the importance of seed for agriculture and for food production. And here and there that also stimulated vegetable consumption, plant consumption, and that in the end is also good for the business.
Lorena, let me bring you in because, of course, Argentina is going through a very difficult period with a second wave at the moment. So I'm wondering how that is impacting your company and whether there were any lessons learned from the first wave in terms of resilience.
Okay, thank you, Claire. Now we are working with a lot of protocols, but the hard work was last year. The pandemic or the COVID got in Argentina in March, and we were in the middle of the harvest in the central area and in the middle of the planting in the north area. So it was very difficult. Argentina is a federal country, so the restrictions about movement of goods, people, technical people, and everything between one province and the other was very difficult. So after many months, a lot of conversation with the public area, we have doing a lot in protocols. So after that, we start moving a little easier because what we think is no one have to be in risk. That was very important. But at the end, we could send our seeds for planting in Argentina in the north, for planting in the north hemisphere. So that was very important. So for me, the big learning is that we feel that seed sector is important. It's very important for the food supply. So our challenge was to ensure the seed to be planted in the correct time to ensure the food. So I think that is very important for our area to know the importance of the seed sector.
Truls.
Just one thing, building a little bit on what has been said. I mean, the people working in the offices and so on were very fast to adapt, I would say, also because of the electronic opportunities. What was very important for us was to ensure that our people working in the factories were able to ship the seed because they couldn't stay home. They had to show up and work every day, and it was in the peak of the season, and the seed needed to be at the farmer at the right time. So, I mean, I have the real heroes, I have to say here, and not everybody will be happy about that, but that were those people that were there physically every day for long days at the peak of the season. And actually, we did a survey following this just a couple of months ago, and we got very good response about that also, how we tried to protect our staff.
Yeah, the essential workers, I think we all saw that during the pandemic. So lessons learned
Claire,
from the...
Yes. May I add something to this? Because this, I think we all need to realize that this was exactly the reason why Euro 2020 is taking place this month, because a lot of those people from DLF supplied seeds for those beautiful pitches. And this is, I think, also why...
He's become a spokesperson for DLF suddenly.
And this is also why, I know you are not Gary Lineker, but this is also why Denmark is playing in the semi-finals tonight. Because they had a competitive advantage there.
Potentially, but just remember, Britain needs a bit of a booster at the moment. Let's try and get back to seed, even though everybody will be watching that match on DLF turf this evening. What I was just thinking is lots of lessons learned, but if we go back to the opening ceremony, there was Peter Backer, the CEO of the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. And what he said, well, we've got this triple challenge. We've got the food security, which we've been talking about. We've got climate change. We've got alarming rates of biodiversity loss. So how are companies going to position themselves for these triple challenges? And he said there will be some winners and losers. So let me just ask Eric, how are you going to position yourself to make sure that you're on the winning side, to try and use a bit of a football metaphor there?
Well, I think we have to embrace all of those challenges because our customers, the farmer, have to. So we need to accompany them in these multiple factor challenges that you mentioned, right? So continue producing the quantity, the quality, the diversity of food that the consumers and the growing population need, but at the same time address some other issue that came up more recently on the top of their agenda, right? So the climate change, etc., biodiversity, water, etc. So the way to address that is to embrace it holistically and focus on innovation, because it's probably now certain there's not going to be one magic solution, but the solution will come from a panel of tools, products, services, but also help the farmers to better use those different technologies and tools that they have at their disposal. So really this holistic approach is what we are focusing on to ensure that we support our customers.
Well, let's look at innovation. Marco, in your sphere, there's a lot of talk, of course, about improved varieties, some of them for nutrition, some of them for taste, some of them for climate change. But the issue, as we know from our Access to Seeds Index, is that only 10% of farmers around the world get them. So a double-headed question, and perhaps to everybody else also on the panel, is what are you doing in terms of innovation for, say, climate-resistant seeds, but more importantly, how are you going to improve the access?
I think answering the first part of your question, what we are doing is screening and breeding varieties and screening varieties for adverse climatical conditions, breeding for resistances. So a big chunk of our annual R&D budget goes into this direction. And of course, we do that also then in emerging countries. We have to be there. We have to anticipate to the circumstances that are basically that we see there. And then, I mean, we are only halfway. We have bred varieties, but then we have to make sure that seeds can be transported, can be sold into those countries, that also very remote farmers have access to those seeds. And this is where, in a lot of countries, the problem starts, right? We need enabling policies. We have seen also that we need free movement of seeds under, of course, regulatory systems that are there in specific countries and regions. But we cannot go country by country. Seeds need to move globally. And enabling policies, not only for the seed industry, but also for farmers and for other farm input suppliers, are crucial to make sure that what we breed is finally also reaching the farmer.
And if we look at perhaps enabling policies, it would be good to get an idea of what would be an enabling policy for you that would help that movement, Marco.
There are some countries where there are no systems for variety registration or no systems for the authorization of seed treatments. So there is insecurity whether certain certain varieties with certain traits, certain seed treatments can be imported into countries. That's one example. The other example might be a system where innovation is protected, like the plant breeders' rights system. And as long as you do not have systems like this in place, it makes it complicated for companies to get started and to bring in their newest innovations into those countries. Whereas we have the material, the varieties ready to be supplied, to be delivered. So these are just two examples, Claire, and there are many more.
Yes, let me go to Eric and then to Truls about the enabling policies that you would like.
Policies that regulate the approvals of the technologies or the seeds for cultivation in the country. So that needs to really be unlocked, because there's still many places in the world where it's not working. So there's this piece of the access to the seeds technologies, really is approval for the cultivation. That's really an element important. There's another element to the access is also ability to demonstrate to those farmers. I'm thinking here particularly the smallholder farmers, the benefits of those technologies. So there's also here a big action for the seed companies like us to train and show and showcase the technologies. And so I think all of us have very large programs to train farmers, particularly smallholder farmers around the globe, about the value and the benefits that those seeds technology can bring to their families, to their communities. So that's one element. That's on the seed side. But also we also need to make sure that the farmer, then when we produce these quality crops, they have also, because many of them are depending on that for the local consumption, but they also need to export those crops externally of the country or outside of the country. There's also other type of policies around the trade of the commodities, which is today also something that we could see some improvement in a certain level of harmonization of these trade policies around the globe for authorization of exporting those crops, but also a certain level of maybe synchronization of the approvals, because we see today that even if policies will be harmonized, if you have an asynchronous approval, that creates also another issues for the farmer to access the seed, not because they don't have logistically access to it, but because they cannot sell the product they produce with it. So that's another key policy area where we need to also focus.
Truls, for you, what enabling policies would help? Are you like Marco? You say you've got the seeds, but the issue is getting the access.
I actually think Marco and Eric have covered that extremely well. If I should be very practical here, I think the pandemic has made the world become more protectionistic. So whilst I think we are all pretty good at trying to reach out to our potential customers, there are policies in countries that are going the wrong way. And in all the challenges we have, we need free movement of seed, we need market access, we don't want too many sort of hindrances on the way. And that is what has developed both politically and also in other ways the last year and a half. So I think also for an association like ISF, there's an extremely important topic to take on here to make sure that we unlock those opportunities again. And this is pretty down to earth, but difficult to deal with because it's quite political. And that's something that companies have got a challenge to fix themselves. So an association like ISF is extremely important here. And if I may just add add one thing on the research side of things. What can we do? Because I mean, the challenge is to produce a lot more, and the climate changes, climatic conditions are getting worse. And we actually believe that to focus on the roots of the crops, to build longer, stronger, and bigger root mass is going to be essential to satisfy all those demands. And it's something that we are doing in most of our crops and have been focusing on for the last 5 to 7 years. And I think that's an area where you can really see that there's a clear connection between root mass development and performance above ground. And obviously we are more interested in what's above the ground than below, but it's closely related.
Let me bring in Lorena there, because Lorena, here in the studio, concern about protectionism in trade policies. Now, you wear a number of hats. You're the CEO of your family business, but you're also president of the Argentinian Seed Association, and I understand also a regional trade seed association. So is this one of the negative consequences of the pandemic, that you're seeing protectionism and trade tariffs in the your seed business?
Yes, I don't know if because the pandemic, maybe the pandemic put this issue deeply. I think that we need to move seed. We need to move seed from the research seed from one place to another, and the commercial seed. So, as Marco said, I think that we have to move globally. We have to move to have the registrations in every country easy to do. We need phytosanitary measures based on science. So it's very important that we think that we have to move seeds. So have to be easy. We have a very important role in ensure the food system. So seeds are essential to be moved.
Understood. Rose, also I know that in your area of the world, there's a lot of focus on consumers, and they're very focused on taste and nutrition. So how is your company responding to that?
Yes, it's interesting. I'm talking about, I think that a good example is about the squashes, because we have a breeding program in squashes. Mostly we focus on local consumption. So for us, it's very easy to contact our customers or consumers. So because of that, we have a clear idea about what they need, what quality they are looking for. I talking about the color. I talking about the taste. I talking about the flavor. Everything. We are in extremely contact with them. So then, when we have the requirement, we go to breeding and do what we have to do to improve and to give them the best answer. But regarding production, because we have to think in production, our challenge is to solve the problems of our farmers or growers, doing production that with our seed as simple as we can. And this production and this seed have to improve a friendly production in terms of environment and good yield. Good yield is very important for us. We have to ensure fair return for the growers and fair prices for the consumers. So we take care of quality, of course. We take care about yield in a fair balance. I think that we have to think in different ways.
Understood. One of the points that I remember Peter Backer made in the opening ceremony was the importance of all actors in the food chain, the food sector and the seed sector working together. So perhaps over to you, Eric. Where are the tensions in that value chain between the seed sector and the food sector? Because you've all made the point that the seed sector it's all about the farmers, mostly, I would say. Of course, the food sector, it's about the consumers. So where are the tensions in that value chain?
Well, first of all, I would say there should not be tensions, right? Because these companies should work together, right? So we are part of the entire food system. So we should not be any tension there. We should all be animated by the same objective.
But are you?
So now to your point, the tensions will come, for me, in two aspects. Maybe one is, it's true that the consumer may have sometimes requirements that they translate to the food companies because they are the front line to the consumers, which are then translated back to the ag supply. And those challenges and those requirements are sometimes real technical challenges. Such as produce without pesticides, for example, or produce without GMOs in certain situations, or produce with a lot of requirements that sometimes are scientifically based, sometimes not scientifically based, which are then translated back to the early stage of the system, which are the farmers and then ultimately the seed companies. So that's a challenge when these requirements are difficult to address technically. So but as innovation companies, most of the seed companies are innovation companies. We are eager to tackle the challenge, right, and to put the investment and the effort into it. So sometimes we are just asking for a little bit more time. That's probably one conflict which is intrinsically linked to what the consumer is asking. Another conflict is probably here more on sometimes the narrative that the food companies may be tempted to use with the consumers when they are not scientifically based or science-based, which is a little bit potentially a conflict with the ag sector, the supply side of the ag sector, including the seed companies, which are extremely scientifically sounded and based on science. This is what we do every day. So sometimes when we receive requirements or we see positioning on statements from the food industry which are not really scientifically sounded, it's also maybe potentially another conflict. But here again, I just want to finish by saying that we should not be conflict. We should be able to address that because we are all addressing the same ultimate goal, which is to produce enough food for the growing population. So
that's really interesting. What you're saying is that the seed sector is science-based. What you're very diplomatically saying is that the food sector is sometimes their marketing departments go into overdrive, selling the consumer something that they may or may not want. And I think what was interesting in the discussion that I had on Monday with Peter Bakker was he made the statement that the seed sector and food sector has very low public trust. Now, it may be because of some of the things we've mentioned. You've also referred to GMOs. If we take that as a premise that is out there, especially in the lead up to the UN Food Systems Summit, let me ask everybody, what can you do to try and regain or build further that trust? Mm-hmm.
Well, first of all, I'm not sure it's only the seed companies. I think it's corporations in general. And we are seeing more and more now for the last 1 or 2 decades that even the regulatory bodies, the regulatory agencies are also losing trust from the public opinion. You can see that negatively in the sense of it's a lack of trust. So it's kind of worrying if nobody trusts anymore the institutions in place. We can see that also positively by maybe it's also a request from the consumer to be more active in their own choices and to control more their destiny and how they want to solve the issue that they want to address. So it's also a more balanced approach, maybe particularly for the younger generation, which we start to see that a lot. So on the trust, really one path that we are exploring very actively as CORTEVA since we've been created is the transparency. So being transparent on what we do, how we do things is becoming crucial for companies like us, because part of the trust is also because the people want to know what they buy, but they want also to know how this product has been created and made. So making full transparency on the process to create and make those products is for us essential. And we created a website, for example, where we have a directory of our seeds where we share with public how those seeds have been created and developed in full transparency. So I think as a secondary effect, we also believe it will help the regulators and the policymakers to come with more outcome-based policies rather than being prescriptive on how the things should be made, but more be outcome-based on what the objective they want to achieve from a public authority, and then we can develop the tools to do that. If we combine that with full transparency, we hope that the public acceptance will come with it.
What do you think, Mark tobacco needs to be done on public acceptance. It's a public that's more demanding, just as Eric is saying. They want to really know how the food was made.
I think in the first place, Claire, we should not ignore it and we should not fight against it. It's a matter of fact, it's out there. It's a quest for transparency. We have to deal with it. But then let's also really deal with it, right? And be transparent, building bridges, organizing stakeholder dialogues. Because I think, and sometimes we use the example of an oyster, I think this industry sometimes closes the oyster a little bit too often and too much. And we should also not be afraid of inviting people with different opinions to our tables in our companies, explaining what we are doing. I think, but of course I'm utterly biased, we do great work. We are at the foundation of food supply. We make use of what is available in nature. Let's go out there and tell that story.
But why is that story not getting across? No. Why? I mean, Peter Bakker, he's got the whole private sector that he is trying to get together ahead of this UN Food Systems Summit, and he says there's low public trust. So it seems that somehow these stories are not getting out there.
No, I think we are not telling them enough, and we are also maybe not open enough to invite stakeholders with really different opinions. And we are a bit scared there in that sense. We are not used to being exposed in this way. But I think in society, this is the direction we have to go. Because as Eric said, we have the same vision to supply the world with sufficient food in a fair, sustainably produced manner. The only debate that we have is how to get there. Oh, we can solve that.
So, yes, Eric, were you wanting to say, and then Truls? Yes.
One analysis of that, why it is happening, and it's happening in our sector. It's probably happening also in all the highly regulated sectors. Why? Because for decades we have been highly regulated, so the main conversation had to happen with these companies and the regulators into a kind of a vacuum discussion where we're highly regulated, and then you convince the farmers to use technology. So the highly regulated industries like seeds, for example, or crop protection, or other sectors also have been used to work with this kind of vacuum conversation. We are not been used to in the past decades to open up to the public and to the consumer because of that reason. That's not an excuse, but that's probably a reason for the situation we are to deal today.
Truls.
Yeah, talking about regulators, as you do, Eric, I think the consumers, they're the most important regulators, and we have not really realized that till now. And I mean, communication is so easy, and young consumers are extremely well informed, so they know exactly what they want. So I think for an association for the seeds industry, we need to address the consumers much more. Maybe we have spent too much time on regulators, and they are extremely good, and they know our industry, and they are good to deal with, and they are science-based. The consumers are not all that science-based. So I think we need to change a little bit our focus here.
Well, that's interesting, and it may be also because we have strong statistics. So let's look at this one, which is that agriculture systems are directly responsible for 25% of greenhouse gas emissions. So let's try and see whether we can get a good story out there in your answers. Truls, what are you doing to help farmers reduce their carbon footprint?
Just to focus on one thing, we believe that our crops, they are perennial crops, so they live in the ground for several years. They contribute positively to the carbon balance. So we think that those crops actually can contribute a lot going forward to building carbon in the soil. And then the new thing that we believe will be the interesting dynamics in the years to come is from those crops you can actually produce very green protein, something that has not really happened in the past. So we think producing green protein from perennial crops like grasses, legumes, clovers can change this in quite a lot of countries throughout the world. in a way that, I mean, it takes a lot of development and work and so on, but ultimately we think that that will happen.
And just following up on that, because your seed goes to your grass seed goes to the animal industry, and we can see here the trend in Europe and the US is for less meat consumption.
Yeah.
Are you going to have to switch your business so that you are producing more plant-based crops?
Actually, we are seeing in Europe that the beef consumption is dropping with 1% per year. So it's not the end of the world, but Marco is smiling because he can see those guys eating more vegetables, which is fair enough. But obviously it's changing. And what we are looking at ultimately is that the green proteins produced from those crops can also be suitable for human consumption. If I would rather have a steak than eat sort of green proteins, maybe, but I think ultimately we will see a change here.
Marco, what are you doing to help reduce the carbon footprint of agriculture, which is high?
Yeah, that's for us as a company focusing on the a little bit higher end of the vegetable market, a bit difficult to say. A lot of our products are produced in greenhouses, and growers owning those greenhouses try to be climate neutral, and they take all kinds of measures to be as responsive as possible to this question. So what we do worldwide is we collaborate with our farmers and other farm input suppliers in the direction of producing out of soil, so producing on substrate, producing with drip irrigation to reduce the water use. We are working on programs towards hydroponic cultivation, so cultivation on water. And that massively reduces the agricultural footprint, basically. On top of that, there are also ongoing investments towards indoor production to carve out climatical adverse conditions, reducing also the need to use crop protection products, and ensuring that customers get a clean product which they can buy. So this is basically the contribution that we are delivering. So it's capacity building, it's teaming up, and of course at the foreground breeding resistant varieties against all those conditions.
Lorena, with your hat on as the president of the Argentinian Seed Association and Regional Seed Association, what are you doing at that level to help farmers reduce their carbon footprint?
Yes, Claire, at national level, I'm talking about the government, they have the firm commitment to achieve carbon neutrality for 2050. From the National Seed Association, we are part of the Argentinian Carbon Neutral Program, which objective or goal is to work on the determination of the carbon footprint and the implementation of good practices guideline for all crops. Nowadays, is complete the program for soybean, and now we are working for corn and wheat. At the same time, all the provinces, the producing provinces had implementation in good practices guidelines that cover processing, that cover harvesting and post-harvesting. So most of these practices we are doing for a long time, just to share our no-till that is very important in Argentina. We are doing precision planting, especially in the seed sector, and circular economy practices also. And for us, crop rotation and cover crops are essential. So we are doing a lot. We have a lot to do, but I think that we have to put a lot of energy in training and to show because we need that the grower and the farmer understand that is very important for the future. We need to take care of our place, our soil, our environment. So we have a lot to do, but I think that in our country and in our area, we are going in the best way.
Thank you. We've got some questions coming in. So let me take a question from Bangladesh, which is asking how much are companies investing towards sustainability and resilience in terms of percentage of turnover? Marco, do you have that figure at hand?
As I said in the beginning, we invest 25 to 30% of our annual turnover in R&D, and the majority goes into breeding resilient varieties. And not in the last place also for emerging markets. I don't have by heart the numbers for specific countries, but we are, for example, having a huge program in Africa and Tanzania where we are employing 500 people developing varieties for Eastern African conditions. We have similar setups also in other countries. But to say exactly or to give you exactly a number, that's that's difficult, but it's a lot and it's going to be more.
Eric.
I'll probably go a little bit in the same direction. I would probably, with no joke, say that 100% of what we invest is for sustainable agriculture. Sustainability is part of what we do, is part of what we've been doing for decades. It's true, it's now there's new criteria for sustainability that are coming up that we're going to embrace now. So we're just going to adapt and modify our criteria for innovation, our criteria for investment. But sustainability has always been part of what we do. So I would say 100%. We do that also on our traditional work and expertise like the seed, and I will concur with what has been said today, for example, on the carbon, producing seed varieties that will be tackling the carbon issue a little bit more, but more productivity is important. We also do that with all the accompanying techniques to help the farmers when they grow the seeds to have the better fertilization to reduce the carbon emission or the greenhouse gas emission from the fertilization is also a key element of this. But we also now invest on new species. That's probably also the part of the question is how much do you invest in a new species that are not traditional investment that we were doing, for example, on digital solutions to help the farmer to monitor the practices they are putting in place that enable them to sequestrate more carbon and reduce. We need those monitoring tools so then the farmers will be able to get remunerated and compensated for the action they do, especially as the carbon will become a carbon market. So those investments are also as critical as what we do already and what we have been doing for many years. So I just wanted to make that element here.
Sure. Let me perhaps direct a question here to you, Marco, because you were talking about the movement of seed right at the beginning of this discussion. And what is the call of the private seed sector to international organizations such as WTO and FAO to ease seed transport and movement for food security around the whole world?
I was super happy to hear in the previous session that Mrs. Doha called for the seed sector to actively participate in the discussion on trade. So I think also here what we need to do is we need to get out there and raise our voices and make our points clear and to really become part of the debate. And we have to be a little bit more forward-looking, outside-looking here. So in that sense, I would say we also have a responsibility to step towards, proactively towards those organizations and explain better what we need and why we need it.
Eric, do you have a specific call to WTO and FAO?
The specific request we have, which I think will be very much aligned with the seed industry in general and what the ISF declaration to the UN Food System Summit, for example, has been issued recently. The request for the food policies, the ag policies, the guidance from those organizations is to be outcome-based. Give us the objective of what we are trying to accomplish. It can be very specific on certain sustainability agenda or certain things. Give us the objectives and the metrics to measure the progress that we, the private sector, but also the public sector, is doing for innovation. So give us the objective instead of being unilaterally or arbitrarily constraining the tools that we can use for achieving that goal. So don't go too quick to the assumption of dictating what are the tools that we can use to achieve these goals. The second element, and I think they are, but we need to remind everybody all the time is keep the farmer at the center of everything, of the regulation, because there's not going to be any success here in anything without the farmers being at the center of that. So we need to value and acknowledge the contribution that they have, and without them, we're not going to do anything. So that's probably a second ask.
Truls, yes,
okay.
I'll bring in Truls because he was agreeing when you were saying that there was
please,
too much prescription. But make your third point, and then we'll come to Truls.
Market forces. Incentive the market forces to incentive the demand side of the market, to incentive the farmers to adopt new technologies, even to compensate them for adopting new technologies. Also put policies that influence the consumers' behaviors that will then backstage influence the way we produce, instead of having again constraint on the supply side, work on the market forces that kind of modify or adjust the demand side of this food ecosystem. That's also the third big pillar that we are asking, or this is our ask for the policymakers.
Sure. Yeah, Truls.
I think the narrative has to be very much around resource efficiency. If it's our plant breeding or if it's what the farmer is doing as a crop, that what we are breeding towards is resource efficiency, because we will need to deliver higher output, growing population and so on, as you said. So the crops and the plants that we are promoting, they need to be extremely resource efficient. There can be no nitrogen leaching. The waterways need to be kept clean and all those things. And those will be constraints that will be important to our industry. So when we develop our research programs, we need to have that in mind. And exactly as you say, Eric, if we are then sort of regulated up front and not on the output, it will just be a limiting factor in what we can deliver.
And is this where you say that you're being over-regulated? Is this the EU Green Deal we're talking about, with the reduction of pesticides by 50% use and risk by 2050, I think?
Yeah. Well, again, glass half full, half empty, right? So the EU Green Deal and many other Green Deals around the planet, right? It's not only the EU. In some extent is, yes, a little bit prescriptive on certain elements, right? They mention, 50% pesticide risk reduction and risk reduction, 25% organic land in Europe. As the industry, we are questioning where are those numbers coming from, and have we made the full assessment of what's the unintended consequences of that on other elements of the sustainability agenda, okay? Food security, trade, etc. That's a question. If you see the glass half full, there's also a lot of other elements which are not prescriptive yet. So there's still hope here that they will still be outcome based on certain other elements. So we are watching and looking at, and we are also very much willing to participate to the debate on how we're going to implement those goals of the Green Deal, the Farm to Fork, or some other Green Deals around the planet in the future. So we're open for conversation.
Marco, one other question from the audience, and then I'll ask for some concluding remarks from everybody. Marco, what are the seed companies looking for in terms of partnership with the public sector in developing agricultural countries? I thought this one was good for you because you're saying we're too internal as an industry. We need to open up and tell the world what we're doing. So what are you looking for in terms of partnership with the public sector?
No, I think we have to realize that the seed sector plays an important role, but we are only one element in a lot of components that are needed for farmers to deliver towards sustainable food systems. So we have to team up, we have to partner, and organizations like this, public partnerships, offer a great platform to bring all those groups together and to be a kind of catalyst for sustainable development. Without that, it's very difficult, because we all want something, and that is sometimes also a frustration in my company and personally. We have an idea, we have the means, we have the know-how, but we lack basically the mass. We lack the partners to get it out there, and that is, I think, where we have to work upon.
Last remarks, and I'm going to ask for 30 seconds for each of you. You all as companies have signed the ISF Seed Declaration, committing to various key SDG goals, which of course the agenda for that is the 2030 agenda. So let me ask each company, starting with Lorena, what's your vision for your company for 2030?
Okay, first of all, I would like to share that for me it's important to that all the companies and the academy and the public sector work together. We need to build a virtuous knowledge network, and that is very important. So that I wanted to share. But in terms of Semilla Vaso, I think that this 2030 looks future, but is in the next second. So for us, the most important is that when the grower want to choose a seed, choose for our seed. So what we want is his first choice have to be Vaso. That for me is very important to think in our brand in the first time. So, but there is another issue. I work in Argentina.
If I could ask you to be brief, because otherwise we're running out of time. So in a couple of words.
Sorry. I want to share that for me, the most important is to keep giving our employees the work. Because in Argentina, where the political and economical conditions are all time changing, that is very hard. So for us, the resilience that is the world in this corner is very important. It's our ADN. So that is, I want to keep my employees with their works.
Okay.
Thank you.
A sentence from Eric, a sentence from Marco, and I think I know what the sentence is going to be from Truls.
The vision for us will be obviously to execute the purpose statement that I mentioned at the introduction of this meeting and really be able to be seen as a partner of choice for the farmers and to enable them to deliver on their goals for producing food, but also meeting the consumer agenda, but also be seen for the policymakers and all the food chain, the food value chain as a trusted partner for that, including the seed companies with our seed treatment platform. But if I have a dream, is really that we will be seen as a solution provider, holistic solution provider to the farmers, for them to appear as the solution and not the problem to the sustainable agenda that we have for a resilient food system.
Thank you. Marco, your 2030 vision.
Yeah, well, it's I hope we can and will remain an important partner for all farmers in the world in making accessible high-quality seeds of their choice, and therewith also contributing to world food supply and not excluding any person on this planet. So this is also about inclusiveness, and if we can contribute a little bit there, then we will be fine.
Truls.
So, first of all, as Lorena said, what's happening in 2030, if we talk plant breeding, it needs to be something that we are cooking on now. Otherwise, it won't happen in 2030. So I think that's also why it's so important we have this discussion. For us, I mean, we have new things that we really hope will come to fruition in 2030 or before is about the green proteins. And ultimately also that we are using green proteins as human consumption directly. That's our dream. And then another, that's not in 2030, but that's in the next few days, of course, that it will go very well for the Danish team playing soccer, and that all the future soccer tournaments will be played on DLF turf.
Well, I do hope that all future tournaments will be played on DLF turf. About the outcome of that match, perhaps I should diplomatically say, I hope the best side wins. So thank you to our audience for their very informed questions and engagement, and to our 4 speakers from around the world for sharing their vision and contribution of the seed sector to building resilience, as we certainly do face huge food security and environmental challenges. Thank you very much.
My name is Manjit Misra. I serve as the director of the Seed Science Center at Iowa State University. And from all of us at the center, many thanks to the International Seed Federation for this opportunity to show the film, Seeds, the Diversity of Wonder. The total film is 60 minutes long with 6 episodes. Each episode is 10 minutes. So you will be watching only 2 episodes today, about 20 minutes. Now, the audience for this movie that we had envisioned is the public, the policymakers, and the youth who will become the future leaders in the seed industry and agriculture. So get your popcorn, snacks, and drinks, and be ready to have some fun and learn. But before you do so, Walker Lambert, the director of the movie, and I would like to briefly introduce the movie and why we produced this movie. The International Seed Federation has a motto that seed is life. It is so true indeed. Seeds are the beginning and renewal of agriculture, of all life, of civilization. They are a miracle of nature. And in each tiny seed, there is the splendor and cycle of life. Quality seeds are also a product of science. In fact, seeds were central to the Green Revolution and will be central again to feed, nourish, and heal the world. So seeds are both a miracle of nature and a product of science. To me, seeds are also wondrous. They are so beautiful. They come in all sizes, shapes, texture, luster, and color. They grow in the sun, sleep in the night, and even under the snow, they dream what they will become come next spring. So seeds are not just the beginning, but the renewal of agriculture, of all life, of civilization. This is the message we wanted to convey to the public, policymakers, and the youth in a manner which is storytelling with the value and the contribution of seeds and agriculture to society. As seed scientists and community leaders, we do good work on seed science, technology, and systems. But sometimes we do not communicate the value of our work in a manner which will be received and understood by people that are not scientists. So this is what we wanted to do, to communicate our story in a way which will make sense to the people that are not involved in day-to-day scientific investigations. Now, this movie is dedicated to Mr. David Lambert, who served as a distinguished fellow at the Seed Science Center, who was a hunger fighter and believed that no one, especially children, should go to bed hungry. And he advised us that let this not be just the story of seeds, but the story of people whose lives are intertwined with seeds. So I am very proud to say that Walker Lambert, who directed this movie, has done exactly that. He and his colleagues traveled to Africa, to India, to Iowa, and to various parts of the United States to capture the beauty and the diversity by filming people whose lives are intertwined with seeds. So I turn it over the podium to Mr. Walker Lambert, the director of the movie, for some brief remarks from him. Walker, take it away.
Thank you, Manjeet. Always a pleasure to talk with you. And let's see, seeds are inanimate objects, and they are alive, but they are still an inanimate object. And as a filmmaker, this presents a real challenge when trying to figure out how to make a compelling film that can capture an audience and that can tell the story of this inanimate object. Of course, we've all seen time-lapse videos of a seed germinating, so we know that there is a huge amount of potential energy in there, but that doesn't necessarily connect with trying to create a movie unless you simply had a lot of time-lapse on the seeds itself. So from the very beginning, we knew that we needed to look to the people of seeds in order to make a film about seed. And in showing the people of seeds around the world and all their incredible diversity of profession and diversity of place and geography, that we really see how seeds impact our lives in ways both profound and mundane on an everyday basis. And that was a real delight for me as a non-seed expert coming into this, to be able to not only learn about the science of seeds, but to learn about the human face behind the seeds and how everybody from a seed scientist to a gardener to a farmer to a barista to a chocolatier to a brewer, these are all people whose livelihoods depend on the seed itself. And so, and we make that distinction in this movie. Obviously, all plants create fruits and vegetables and things that we eat and use for all kinds of products, but we really wanted to focus here on the seed itself. So when we say a seed product, we're looking at how the seed itself becomes the vehicle for a human story. And so with that, I'm happy to watch these two episodes. One is an episode we did in Zambia, looking at biofortified maize, which is ways that breeders and scientists have naturally engineered maize seed to have vitamin A and seriously reduce vitamin A deficiency in places like Zambia, where it's a huge public health crisis. And we're also going to look at a more tongue-in-cheeky, lighthearted one called A Day Without Seeds, where we talk with a renowned seed author and naturalist who gives us what a day might look like if we didn't have seeds in our lives. So Manjeet, if there's anything else, please. Otherwise, I think we can begin.
Yes, let us begin.
Seeds are everywhere. Nature, food, spice, industry, energy. Seeds are where we notice them and where we don't. They can travel thousands of miles. They can sleep for years before waking up. Their wildly diverse shapes, sizes, and landscapes are designed to bring life everywhere. The story of seeds is the story of the miracle of nature, but also the story of human innovation.
Seeds are not just the beginning, but the renewal of agriculture, of all civilization.
The people of seeds, farmers, scientists, breeders, cooks, public servants, clothiers, gardeners, dreamers. A grand collaboration between humanity and nature to feed, clothe, and beautify the world. Come on a journey into the miracle of nature, into human imagination, into the wonder of seeds.
Kafu Village, outside Lusaka, Zambia. Every spring, farmers harvest maize for the year. But what if they were also harvesting medicine for their children? Catherine Chumbala Njema has been farming white maize for most of her life. It's the lifeblood for most Zambians, and many eat it in every meal as a thick porridge called nshima. Each month, these women farmers get together for a community lunch to discuss nutrition for their families. For smallholder farmers like Catherine, the maize harvest will yield her family's food for the entire year. But white maize comes with a cost. It has little to no vitamin A, an essential micronutrient for a healthy life. Missing vitamin A is sometimes called hidden hunger, and it's particularly pernicious with young children, causing weak immune systems, stunted growth, and night blindness. In Zambia, over half the population suffers from it. The Zambian government has tried to combat it by distributing vitamin A supplements. This is not a sustainable solution. Nor do the people here have the money to buy vitamin supplements for their families.
Because in Zambia, we don't have money. So all of us, we are not eating vitamin A. So because I can say here in Zambia, food is number one, shima is number one.
Zambia's heavy reliance on a single crop led scientists to consider if seeds could provide a solution to hidden hunger. If breeders could develop a maize seed naturally high in vitamin A, then it would itself become a type of medicine. The largest national health crisis could be curbed by people simply eating their nshima. Scientists and breeders have been developing ways to breed maize with high levels of vitamin A. They call it biofortified maize. Harvest Plus, an international organization at the forefront of the effort to biofortify foods, was founded by the World Food Prize winner Howdy Buis.
Well, biofortification is the process, in our case, of using conventional plant breeding to develop high-yielding, high mineral and vitamin content plants, staple food crops, for production and consumption in developing countries.
David Samazaka has been breeding vitamin A maize for many years. The key is finding the right populations to cross from the millions of varieties of maize. The crossed lines need to be high in vitamin A, need to taste good, and need to be high yielding. At the core of this breeding process is developing lines of maize that are genetically consistent for particular traits, such as high in vitamin A. Scientists call these lines homozygous.
These are lines that are completely homozygous. They look weak, sick, and little. Even the kernels are small. The principle in breeding and genetics is that when I mate or cross two completely distinct lines that are homozygous, I'm going to get what is called hybrid vigor. Meaning the offspring that is going to come out of here is going to be better than the parents. And that is what we call a hybrid.
This hybrid is called orange maize because the presence of vitamin A leads to an orange color, as in sweet potatoes and carrots. Developing a naturally biofortified seed can take scientists and breeders years, sometimes decades. But in the end, when done well, it can yield a type of medicine seed that leads to a vigorous, high-yielding crop containing, for example, the vitamin A needed to stave off hidden hunger. That is, if people eat it. Breeding orange maize seems easy compared to getting people to adopt it into their diets. The problem lies in its color. People in Zambia have been eating white maize for generations. The orange maize looks strange or even rotten to many of the people it's designed to help. Despite these hurdles, Catherine has become an early adopter. More vitamin A in her family's diet leads to a healthier family. It's part of why she and her neighbors gather together to talk about the benefits of orange maize despite its color, and to help convince other farmers to grow it. The women here make delicious dishes out of the orange maize to show off its flavor. One of the children's favorites combines crushed peanuts with the new maize, a complete, super healthy meal of carbs, protein, fats, and micronutrients. Of course, for orange maize to have a national impact, it has to be accessible to everyone. Eliab Simpungwe works to secure orange maize into the commercial seed production cycle.
There were 3 orange maize varieties that were released in Zambia, which we licensed to private seed companies to improve the distribution of these seeds. Now, we believe as a Harvest Plus that if we increase the consumption, utilization of orange maize, we shall be having impact on the vitamin A status of the consumers or the population in Zambia.
As farmers produce more orange maize and seed companies increasingly distribute it, it also becomes available to food companies looking to improve the nutrition of their packaged products. Sylvia Banda has done just that as part of her company, Silva Foods. They aim to make healthier baby food using vitamin A fortified maize. Recently, she has started making all kinds of products out of orange maize.
We said we have done very well with the vegetables, but what goes with the vegetables? We knew that it has to be starch. When the orange maize came on the market, we jumped because we wanted to use the product which has the nutritional aspect of it, together with the vegetables also, which we worked on the nutritional part. We knew that once we put it together, it will help, solving a lot of malnutrition in our country.
Sylvia's products are available in stores across Zambia. Vitamin A maize can become part of the diet for everyone. This kind of buy-in from all sectors is the hope of all biofortifiers.
My vision 30 years from now is that a grandchild will be eating orange maize, will only know orange maize, and she'll say to her grandmother, "Oh, I heard somebody say there used to be such a thing as white maize. Was there really such a thing as white maize?" And the grandmother will explain, "Yes, when I was a child, most of the maize was white. We used to eat white maize." Carrots used to be white. People have forgotten that. Now actually carrots provide something like 30% of the vitamin A intake for the U.S. population. So I want the same thing to happen for maize. We're just getting started, but that's my vision 30 years from now.
Are seemingly designed to allow farmers, scientists, and breeders to solve problems like missing vitamin A. Breeding vitamin A into maize seed is, in a sense, making maize into medicine. And with women like Catherine and her neighbors helping everyone to understand the upside of orange maize, more and more people will naturally get all the vitamin A they need. A perfect collaboration between humankind and nature.
What a wonderful thing this is, that we can breed maize that is so rich in vitamin A and place it in the hands of the farmers and have them grow all this crop that our children will eat and grow up with without vitamin A deficiencies, the stunting problems, poor visions, poor cognitive abilities, poor immunities, all these things gone because of nutritious seed.
We are lucky we had orange maize, and we're happy, and we want many people to eat orange maize with vitamin A so that they can benefit children, old people, everywhere. We can be happy. Yes.
It's easy to imagine how different life as we know it would be without water, or oil, or plants. But how about a day without seeds?
I think one of the ways to tease out how dependent we are upon seeds in unexpected ways is to try to imagine a day without seeds. And you quickly realize that it would be a pretty crummy day.
Tor Hansen has been thinking for a long time about how the biological traits of seeds have made them so essential to us. His day without seeds is unusual from the get-go.
You'd wake up on a bare mattress, right? I mean, you wouldn't have pajamas on, you wouldn't have any sheets, because of course those are all made from cotton, which comes to us, from the elongated cells of the seed coat of a plant in the mallow family, the cotton plant.
We turn those elongated cells into fabric, but the plant uses them to get around. The fibers catch the wind to carry the seed away from the plant, and then gives it buoyancy to travel long distances on the water. Cotton seeds have floated all the way to Hawaii, the most remote islands in the world.
So that biological need for dispersal of the cotton plant has given us the clothing that we wear, our pajamas, the sheets on our bed. So to get back to your day, you're off to a crummy start because you are on a bare mattress, and then you get up and you think, well, God, I'll have a shower at least. And well, you can still have your shower, but you can't dry off.
The day continues when Tor heads to the cafe for breakfast. But of course there's nothing to eat, as almost every breakfast food comes from seeds. Bagels, oatmeal, toast, cereal, even croissants.
At least I can have a cup of coffee. No, you can't. You can't have your cup of coffee because, of course, the coffee beans are the seeds of this shrubby little African tree that are now the second most traded commodity in the world, the coffee beans.
The coffee bean's popularity comes in part from its uniquely bitter taste, but much more importantly, from the seed's defense strategy, a natural pesticide.
If you want to say thanks for your morning cup of coffee, you shouldn't thank Starbucks or the local barista. You should be thanking various slugs and snails and fungi and shot borer beetles and all of these various things that attack coffee seeds, because it is to defend against them that the coffee plant came up with caffeine.
Having had no breakfast or coffee, it's time to drive to work. But without seeds, this is now a more expensive proposition. Corn is a seed made largely of starch, a sugar easily converted to an alcohol called ethanol, which is blended into gasoline.
And again, it relates to that biological invention of having energy in that seed. And if you have energy in there for a baby plant to grow, that same energy can be converted into energy to drive a car.
When it's time for lunch, seeds will be used in the preparation of the food in more ways than you might think.
In modern agriculture, a lot of animals are fed on grains, whether it's chickens or whether it's grain-fed beef, for example. Seeds, again, part of that process in a big way.
Not only will the seeds be used to feed the animals we eat, but they'll also be used to make the food taste better.
there are all these seeds that we don't even think about that are right there when we sit down at the table. But if you want that spicy jolt from black pepper, you're relying on a seed.
The pungency of pepper is produced by pepperine, a natural chemical that, like caffeine, protects the seed from bugs and fungus. Of course, if Tor really wanted to spice up his lunch, he'd be looking to another seed.
The chili peppers that we are familiar with from any Tabasco or any sort of hot sauce and in all their splendid varieties now.
The chemical in chili pepper seeds fools the nervous system of mammals into thinking they're on fire.
Mice, which would otherwise love to eat hot peppers, they like the fruits, they like the seeds, they'd eat it all, are turned off by this burning sensation because the capsaicin fools the nervous system into thinking that the cells are being damaged by fire or heat. We seem to be the only mammals that have overcome the aversion to being burned and have learned to crave this stuff as a spice. A day without seeds, it becomes so miserable when you realize you can't even have a bar of chocolate, because that, of course, is another seed product.
Cocoa trees create large rainforest seeds.
It's really a fatty sort of thing, and that's where you get cacao butter.
The fat is the seed's germination energy, but it's also the key ingredient for chocolate.
The melting point of cocoa butter is, maybe 96, 97 degrees, and body temperature, of course, 98.6. So when you have chocolate and you think it's just melting in my mouth, it is melting in your mouth, because that is the melting point of the fat that is the basis of it. We don't necessarily think about a seed when we have a chocolate bar, but it is a seed product through and through.
It's been a tough day without seeds. A quick stop at the local pub is in order. Unfortunately, this will be a big waste of time.
One wouldn't think that that was a seed-based experience. Thank you, sir.
But of course, it's an entirely seed-based experience.
Beginning with the very beverage that people are here to seek out.
To make beer, malters sprout barley seeds in order to release the sugars, which are then fermented to give alcohol. From this malt, a brewer then combines yeast and hops to make the beers of the world, now the third most consumed drink on Earth. All from the seeds of a grass.
Grass seeds, in many ways, fuel the world. The seeds of grasses are grains that give us everything from wheat and rice to corn and barley. And when we get to the latter, you can ferment it and start to make beverages like beer, which is an absolutely seed-based product.
Just like seeds themselves, which can be easy to miss, when we start looking, we see seed-based products everywhere. From the clothes we wear, to the food we eat, to the beverages we drink, to the spices that flavor the world.
At the end of a day without seeds, you would be relieved to crawl back onto your bare mattress and just shut your eyes and get it over with, and hope that you woke up again in a world with seeds where you could be cheerful again.
On behalf of the Iowa State University Seed Science Center, I would like to thank you for attending this International Seed Federation Virtual Congress session. As we mentioned, there are 6 parts to this award-winning film about the beauty and diversity of seeds. The remaining episodes can be watched at seeds.iastate.edu.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome to our battle of the wits, which we have titled The Best Possible Way to Discuss Seed and Science. Which is your best option? This battle is hosted by Seed World. It is for the ISF Virtual Congress of 2021. My name is Marcel Bruins, and I will be your referee for today. As I said, we will have a battle of the wits with on one side of the ring, David Zarouk, professor at Odyssey University College in Brussels, Belgium, environmental health risk analyst and risk communications consultant. And on the other side of the ring, we will have Kevin Folta, professor at the University of Florida in the US, host of Talking Biotech and science communicator. Gentlemen, we are surrounded by science skeptics. And it's not just isolated to Europe, where I live, but in my view, it is everywhere. And I'm sure with Kevin in Florida and David in Zurich, we will hear much more about that global conundrum. And today in our Battle of the Wits, we will be taking a deep dive into the common questions and misconceptions that consumers have about agriculture, but not just about agriculture, also about probably the single most important building block of agriculture, namely seed. Kevin, you will help share how you address these questions and even, fill us in on what could be the wrong way to talk about a certain issue. And David, you will let us know if you agree with Kevin and how you address things differently in Europe, given your much more European audience.
Well, I can tell you how I do things incorrectly because I did it for probably 25 years. And that was just by piling on more information to people who had questions. It wasn't about the important parts of why technology matters. I would just simply talk about what technology is and how it works. And really the effective strategy is to identify what is the common ground between you and somebody with concerns, between you and a skeptic. And when you find the common ground, whether it's food security, environmental issues, or just making sure that people in the industrialized world have better choices, that's the place to start. And from there, you can begin to have productive conversations.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. David, you agree?
Yes, I think you have to know where your audience is coming from as well. Not everyone shares the same concerns. Not everyone shares the same feelings towards the consequences. And you're dealing with risk-taking in many cases. You're dealing with risk-taking that's going inside of somebody's body. So it is actually a very personal relationship with them. And people have completely different attitudes towards risk today, including at the policy level. I'm not just talking about my sister-in-law. I'm talking about regulators in Brussels. And they may see risks within different contexts completely than how a scientist may see it or how a person, a consumer in a shop will see it.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And I believe, David, your sister-in-law, Rachel, I believe is her name, is quite famous, isn't it?
Yes, I don't know if she realizes how well known she is, but she is one of those, what I call a naturopath, who clearly has found knowledge. She has a PhD from Google University, and she has informed herself on everything she needs to know in a way that she can answer to any question that anyone may have. She's quite an interesting person, especially around the table at Christmas time.
I think everyone has a Rachel at the Christmas dinner or at any anniversary or wedding. Kevin, I'm sure you have one or more Rachels in your close vicinity.
Oh yeah, same thing. But that is really a challenge. And that's something that all of us that are interested in the issues around food and farming need to be prepared to confront. And too many times it becomes contentious. It becomes confrontational in a really negative way. And the easy way to get there is maybe to remember that when you're communicating in a public situation, like even around the dinner table, that your audience isn't Rachel. Your audience is everyone else who's watching, who's curious who to trust. Is it you or is it Rachel? And by being kind, by being respectful, by identifying those common areas amongst everybody, or taking a good guess anyway, and appealing to those is how we can change their hearts and mind if they're on the fence and have more influence than Rachel will.
It's frustrating, though, because Rachel has a very good communication network. And she's very passionate about getting her message out. And there are certain times when just really, it's very hard to stay professional because you know that what she's saying is nonsense, but and people believe it.
Absolutely true. I find it hard to keep my patience, but I bet we're all wrestling with that. And one of the topics that is under fire is, of course, the new breeding techniques, where a lot of the research is funded by private companies, obviously. And so we have heard a lot of activists who are accusing those scientists of cooking data just to serve a specific goal. And I wanted to ask the two of you, does this happen? And how should experts address such a question from the concerned Rachels? Kevin?
Well, to me, I start out by thinking about even calling it new breeding techniques. To me, as a person who understands plant genetic improvement, they're not really breeding techniques as much as just general plant genetic improvement. These have much more precision. And so when we're speaking to the public about them, we need to be sure to talk about that precision compared to other traditional breeding techniques. I'm not a fan of believing that companies cook the data, because it would be too easy to identify that they cooked the data. And there are hundreds of independent scientists, other companies, other interests around the world, regulators who look at these things very carefully. And especially when you look at companies and their competitors, everybody would like to catch their competitor in a mistruth to erode the trust in their products. At the end of the day, if it works for farmers and performs in the field as expected, that is the way in which companies earn the trust. And that's how you know that they're telling the truth about their products and their services.
I think the term cooking the data itself is a scientific problem in general, and science is designed, the methodology is designed to always challenge and attempt to catch, not necessarily where the data is cooked, but perhaps where there are simple mistakes somewhere in the process. So the scientific method is designed to deal with that. However, it's not only an industry issue. I frequently, if we look at, for example, ClimateGate, from more a decade of climate science was put on a shelf because certain scientists in the academic world were less than forthcoming with some of the negative data. I coined the term activist science, where rather than starting with the data and coming to a conclusion, they start with the conclusion and look at evidence that will suit it. So we see that NGO-funded science also sometimes can be called to question for that. So when we say only industry cooks the data, as Kevin said, this is very easy to catch, and industry in particular, more than anyone else, is under the microscope very intensely. I worked for many years in a corporate research center, and we have very strict policies in place, because if we were ever cooking the data, our stock price would collapse. The CEO would likely have to resign. There was a lot on it. We never publicly announced whenever there were discipline actions, but we took very strong actions to make sure it didn't happen. So people who go around saying that it's industry cooking the data and, putting in an M in front of every word as an adjective, are A, acting unethically, and B, showing their ignorance. They really don't know what's going on.
Staying a little bit on the topic of the new breeding techniques, they have come heavily under fire in the EU, and that is, of course, in very stark contrast with the US, where the use of new breeding techniques is very much more accepted. David, tell us what's going on in the EU. What are the biggest concerns you're hearing?
Well, first of all, we have to understand the context. If we go back to I think it's now 2 years ago, the decision of the European Court of Justice to consider them under the regulatory framework of the 2001, what's commonly known as the GMO directive, which essentially made it almost impossible to bring new products onto the market through any type of gene editing process. These claims were brought to the European Court of Justice, in particular by 5 French nonprofits and peasant organizations. And they were particularly concerned about the fact that there were several breeding techniques that could bring about herbicide-resistant seeds onto the market, not genetically modified, and the organic lobby is very concerned about particularly the growth of conservation agriculture techniques, no-till farming, and complex cover crops that could, so the herbicide resistance is a very soft spot for the organic agricultural sector. So they've been fighting very hard on this to maintain their positive elements to soil management over the conventional farming techniques. So the context was quite simple. It was brought to the court because of this. They even put it in the claim that they were very concerned about herbicide-resistant seeds. That was in the case that they brought forward. So the context itself clearly showed the motivation. The decision of the court was based only on what legislation was available, and there was no other legislation available. And unfortunately in Brussels, because of the emotion, it was too difficult to introduce new legislation. Now, fast forward 2 years, we now have the Green Deal, in particular the farm to fork strategy, where they're looking at taking, more or less cutting pesticide use by 50%, as well as fertilizer use by 2030. Well, this is going to lead to a severe decline in yields. So at that point now, the context has shifted. And it's created an opportunity. And suddenly you begin to hear debates starting up about maybe we should bring in new legislation which will not only allow in a more market-friendly manner different seed breeding technologies, but also bring in legislation. And we're going to see the usual suspects coming forward to stop this. But I think we know quite simply that new seed varieties, well, there are several studies. One showed 50% of all increased agricultural yields. Another study showed 85% of all agricultural yield increases came from new seed developments or seed breeding technologies. So this is going to change the landscape. So the context is important to consider in this situation.
Absolutely. Kevin, how would you address the concerns that David just outlined?
Well, David really outlines it well, but my colleagues in Europe, my scientific colleagues, my heart goes out to them. They've come up with innovations to solve problems for European farmers that they will never see used. And it breaks my heart because these are people who have their hearts in the right places, working in government laboratories or in government academic institutions who are working for European farmers. Yet those technologies will not hit the road because of political decisions. So here in the States, things are going well, that if you can demonstrate that the changes that are made are consistent with what can happen through a natural process, they're not viewed as a regulated item. And that's probably the better way to do this. It still is tested, still looked at carefully, because you don't need a collateral effect popping up. That was unintended. So they guard against that. Every lab is doing it. It's a great technology, and we're seeing everything from agriculture to medicine affected by positive changes using gene editing technologies. It's a really exciting time.
I think if I can add to that, it's not only a US versus Europe situation. In particular, you don't need large companies to fund this research. In many cases, we're finding in African labs that they're able to solve issues on cassava or on banana wilt, and they're able to do so, for local farmers with local solutions. But this sort of preconception that this is all big industry trying to control the market, in particular with the social justice wing of the agroecologists trying to ban these technologies in Africa, and the concern among African exporters that they will not be able to export to Europe. It's impoverishing, the next generation of African farmers. This is a serious issue.
Absolutely. You're right, David. Often from unexpected corners, we find beautiful solutions and innovations coming forward, also from labs outside of Europe and the US, absolutely. Another dossier that has been heavily under fire is, of course, the neonic dossier. It has come under fire, the use of neonics, because of the perceived impact on pollinator health. And they were often found, of course, in seed treatments. My question to you is, does the good that this insecticide does for growers, does it outweigh the bad? Kevin.
Yeah, so for me, it's important when we communicate about these things is to be absolutely clear that neonics are insecticides and they have to be used carefully and within the proper limits in order to minimize risk to insect populations. The good part about this, when I communicate about neonics, is that they only affect the organisms that consume the plant when used properly. So it means that everything else is safe from application of broad aerial spectrum application. And that's true for whether broad application, whether you're talking conventional or organic control. Plus, it doesn't have to be continuously applied. So these are some of the real strengths of that kind of technology. And when we're communicating, we have to do it with that kind of honest approach. I think when we do, it gets a little more buy-in. It's very easy to say anything that ends in aside is something that people want to get rid of. Yet it's important to remember that chemistry can be used safely, and we get better at using it all the time. The practices that were here a decade ago have been further refined. And these things can be used safely and in a context that limits their risk to natural populations.
Yeah. David, did we take the wrong decision on neonics?
Yes, I mean, I've been involved in particular with the whole debate that started. In fact, I think the word B-gate has been attributed to some of the documents I released. And it's frustrating to see that probably one of the most advanced technologies out there has been so vilified. But once again, context has to be considered. Why has there been such a concerted move to get neonics off the market, in particular the seed treatment approach? And the problem, I think, about seed treatment, I mean, that's the benefit, is that you're not, using large amounts of foliar sprays and just, wiping out every possible insect, beneficial or not, that's going to be inside that, as well as other elements of environmental harm, of putting more pesticides into the environment than necessary. The seed treatment approach goes against the integrated pest management philosophy as understood by a lot of the green actors in Brussels, who look at IPM as a first step in banning all pesticides. Whereas farmers would look at IPM from a position of being able to guarantee the most sustainable approach. And so when the anti-neonic activists would see any seed treatment, to be honest, but particularly with the neonics being used, you're not using it only when necessary. You're using it as a preventative measure at time of planting, and that goes against their philosophy of where they want to see pesticide use continue. So they would rather see more pesticides sprayed and being less effective. And in fact, also seeing fewer crops in rotation, because if we see what's happened since the ban in Europe, the amount of oilseed rape, which is what canola is here, is gone down dramatically, and is, and also sugar beets was also being pulled from rotation until the French government decided to temporarily remove the ban on neonics for sugar beets. So it comes down to whether IPM is well understood, and there's different interpretations of what this means and what the goal or the long-term objective is of such an approach.
Absolutely true. And the interesting fact is that with the decline in oilseed rape in Europe, the beekeepers have run out of nectar for the bee population. So the beekeepers are asking for the return of neonics, so that
it's the first nutritional source that a lot of the bees that have been overwintering, and a lot of the deaths happen particularly from the very harsh cold winters that we've had.
Absolutely, yeah. Okay, so now we may see a clash of opinions here. We're going to talk about the precautionary principle. And of course, this is a principle that is used a lot and often heard when talking about GMOs in food. Kevin, David, what are your thoughts on the precautionary principle? Is it a wise choice, or does it just inject fear and caution? First, Kevin.
Well, to me, the precautionary principle is all about relative risk. In other words, my precautions may not be the same level as the things that concern somebody in Europe, or someone who concern, or a farmer who's a subsistence farmer in Africa. You know, if to me, or to it all depends upon your frame of reference and the context. And so you have to be very careful about your level of risk framing the decisions that others have to live with. So for me, I'm much less concerned about precaution and more concerned about case by case, careful evaluation of risk in individual circumstances, individual products, individual sets of genetics in their appropriate context, how they'll affect people, how they'll affect the environment. And that has to be done on a case by case basis.
David?
Well, precaution is being used in Brussels in particular as a tool to essentially handcuff a lot of regulatory processes. Now, first of all, we have to understand that there are different definitions, many definitions of precaution. The original one that was widely used was the one established by the Brundtland Commission, which was part of the move towards Rio, the Earth Summit in Rio in '92, which was the famous triple negative. Just because you're not certain that something, that the science is not certain on something, is not a reason, second negative, to not act, in particular about climate change, when there was still skepticism about climate change. Actually, you could take that one as well and justify why we must have more implementation of GMOs as well. So actually that precautionary principle works very well. Just because we're not certain about the safety and the science on GMOs, given the severe risks of food security crises, that is not a reason to not go forward and develop GMO technologies, which is why certain activists, particularly in the European Environment Agency, developed something 20 years ago. We have the anniversary this year, from the book from the European Environment Agency, official advisory body of the European Union, that they came up with the first issue of Late Lessons from Early Warnings, where they changed the precautionary principle a bit. They moved from the triple negative to rather the reversal of the burden of proof, not where you would have a new technology and then you'd have to prove that it was in some way dangerous, but rather before you're allowed to bring a new technology on, you had to prove that it was safe. So you have two emotional concepts coming into a scientific process. First is certainty. And of course, certainty is something that every scientist knows. Kevin, you can probably join on this, which is quite relative. And then the second thing is safety. And this is something that, as precaution has been used more and more in Brussels towards this approach, we're beginning to see that regulators have taken on a new sort of nanny-like approach to say that we are going to keep our citizens safe. Well, what is safe? And that's not only an emotional concept, but it's also quite a dangerous one, because it's not risk management. Precaution has replaced risk management. It's not at all. Normally, precaution should come at the end. I try to manage the risk. If I can't manage the risk, then I take precaution. Now it's until you can show me this is safe, you can't have a market. You can't bring this product out. You can't bring this technology out. And we saw this in particular with the coronavirus lockdowns, that the idea was until you were safe, we're going to lock you down. And that, of course, meant constantly coming back into waves again that we're not safe on. We saw that when there was a few cases of blood clots from the AstraZeneca vaccine, that we suspended the use of that until we could be certain. Now, you're never going to be certain with a vaccine of 100% safety. So this idea of safe has become the new measure, which from a scientific perspective doesn't work. I mean, risk management is about safer, reducing exposure and making the situation safer. How safe is enough? Well, that's as low as reasonably achievable. It's something reasonable. Precaution is not about that now, at least the David G. European Environment Agency use of precaution, which is until you can prove to me with certainty that this is safe, go away. And unfortunately, a lot of innovations just will never see the light of day because of this.
Yeah, very sad conclusion. Thanks, David. Looking at the time, I'm afraid that's all that we have for today. And for me, these 30 minutes flew by super fast. I have the feeling that we didn't even make a dent in the number of topics that we could have covered.
Didn't even disagree much.
True. Why don't we make a plan to meet again next week at Seed World International? Are you guys up for that?
Absolutely, yeah. It's always good to talk. Always good to see David.
Okay, fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Kevin and David, and thanks to our audience for listening. I hope you found it interesting and valuable, and stay tuned for the sequel.
Hello everybody. Probably last time from our studio this year on our journey to resilience, which starts with seed. I'm Michael Keller, Secretary General of ISF, and I'm very happy that we added 30 minutes. I will not say for free, because the whole Congress was yet for free, but you get another 30 minutes insights on our journey to resilience. And you know, and you saw it since the beginning of this week, we spoke also about seed resilience. I think we had important talks about our role, what we are doing as a seed sector. But on top of this, you heard also from Peter Baker, but also from Dora, from the WTO earlier today, the important, not only to speak about food security, but also the importance that the seed is heard in this discussion. And I take it, and we will use what Dora told us. Seed sector, you need to be part of the discussion. You need to take advantage on your role you have, on your responsibility to play in this game, in the challenge we have all together to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals 2030, 9 years ahead. And yes, we will not stop. Even when we are closing up in half an hour here, we will continue. ISF, through its channel World Seed, will continue to speak about the Food Systems Summit, to speak about what the seed sector is doing, how our members are engaged. You heard about the seed declaration. We will not stop here. We would like also to showcase what we are doing, and therefore we have wonderful episodes of a new series which we call the series The Stories from the Ground. And this will be 5 episodes, each of 30 minutes, where we will take up the 5 action tracks of the discussions within the UN Food Systems Summit. In a couple of seconds, you will see the first one about Nourish. The second one will come soon. It will be about grow local. And you heard the importance and what we are doing day in, day out. Improved varieties needs to be locally adapted. That's our role. And you see how we will do. day in, day out. Then we will speak about also on grass is green. You heard climate change, but you heard also what we are doing today to reach a bigger carbon sequestration. We will speak also about cover crops. We will speak about also from ground up capacity building. It's our relationship with farmers. What are we doing today with the farmers on the ground? How we work with the farmers to understand their needs, to address their needs, to allow them to have access to seed. You heard it's not an easy one. We need to work together to build access to seed. And the last one is about vulnerabilities and resilience, how we cannot stop to speak again about resilience in the last episode. Therefore, I'm very happy you get it for free. It's now. Watch the first episode, Nourish.
Seed is at the start of all food production. At the very beginning of the food supply chain are seed companies whose work is to breed, produce, and distribute seeds of agricultural, horticultural, and ornamental plant species. Many of the Sustainable Development Goals are linked to agriculture. This year, the UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres will convene a food systems summit as part of the Decade of Action to achieve the SDGs by 2030. In this first episode of Stories from the Ground, we will hear how in different parts of the world, like the Americas, Asia and the Pacific, and Europe, plant breeders are creating innovations that help feed the world and help protect and restore the earth. Wheat is consumed by 2.5 billion people in 89 countries and is an important source of protein in low and middle income nations. Over the years, breeding of field crops such as wheat has led to substantial improvements in yield, quality of produce, and resistance to disease and abiotic stress. In the German town of Rosenthal, plant breeders of Lima Gran are at work improving wheat varieties.
My name is Johannes Schacht. I'm a wheat breeder for Lima Grain exactly since 20 years this year. And yeah, I'm responsible for the Lima Grain wheat breeding in Central Europe. In wheat breeding, we have to work on more than 35 individual traits and have to try to combine them in the best possible way. And a lot of these traits are really classical traits, like the agronomic traits. So in Central Europe, we need a certain degree of winter hardiness. We need straw stiffness, so the variety should not lodge. And also we need earliness of the varieties with regards to their phenotypic development. Secondly, it's diseases, and since decades breeders have increased disease resistance in wheat. That is mostly rusts, yellow rust, brown rust, stem rust, it's leaf septoria, it's fusarium, it's mildew, and some minor diseases. In Europe, we produce a lot of wheat, especially bread wheat for export. So these wheat varieties need to match the certifications of the industry, and there's more than a handful of those specifications. And last but not least, probably for the farmers, the most important trait is grain yield. And it's not only to make the crop economically of value for the farmers, which grow our varieties, but also we have the challenge that we need to feed the world and to meet the global demand on bread wheat. In Europe, in principle, we live in very good agricultural conditions. So I think one thing we have to do, we have to keep the yields stable and on a high level in Europe. But the wheat consumption to feed the world, of course, includes other continents. So Lima Grain has wheat breeding programs on almost all continents now. We have various breeding programs in the Northern Americas, but also in the Southern Americas. We are breeding in Australia, where there's also a lot of heat and drought. And we are also breeding in the Mediterranean, so from Spain to Turkey.
In addition to wheat, rice is one of the biggest staples in the world today, feeding 3.5 billion people every year. But today, water and land are becoming more and more precious, limited resources, making rice farming more difficult. Thankfully, plant breeders from seed companies like CORTEVA AgriScience are racing to reinvent the way farmers grow rice.
Traditional rice farming is becoming unsustainable. Direct seeded rice is a viable alternate rice farming solution. Worldwide, rice is majorly grown with transplanting method, which consumes a lot of water. As a result, water table is going down. It negatively impacts soil quality, greenhouse gases emission, methane emission happens. In direct seeded rice, rice is cultivated without flooding. Farmers can grow rice directly in his main field, so that ultimately lead to less consumption of water and less methane emission. That is the need of the day. It helps not only farmer, it's a positive impact on climate.
5 पुस्तों से हमारे परिवार की खेती हो रही है जो हमको जानकारी है जैसे बाबा से हमने देखा पिताजी को देखा फिर हम खुद कर रहे हैं मेरे बच्चे भी इसी लगे हुए हैं हमारी हमेशा सोच रही है कि नई नई चीज़ें हम खोजते रहते हैं डीएसआर विधि से मतलब पलेवा नहीं करना पड़ रहा है जिससे मिट्टी हमारी सेफ रहती है पानी की बचत हो रही है पर्यावरण के लिए भी बेहतर है साहब
need to think about agriculture differently so that we have less impact on the environment, but we can still feed all of the people on the planet. Direct seeded rice is a very exciting part of our future.
आज की खेती जो है अगर हम नई टेक्नोलॉजी से चलें तो खेती से अच्छा व्यापार नहीं है जो मेरी समझ है जो हमने अर्न किया है इधर साल 2 सालों में
But it's not just major crops like wheat and rice that benefit from plant breeding. In the peanut-producing province of Córdoba in central Argentina, a 30-year-old company is developing peanut varieties with a high oleic acid content and resistance to drought. Over 70% of all peanuts exported by Argentina is a variety developed by this family-owned breeding company.
Mi nombre es Sara Suave y soy hija del fundador de Criadero El Carmen, y junto a mi padre, Juan Suave, nos dedicamos a hacer mejoramiento genético en maní. Mi padre comenzó con esta actividad a finales de los años 80, cuando comenzó a realizar sus primeros cruzamientos entre diferentes maníes y realmente a partir de ese momento él se apasionó con la actividad de mejoramiento genético. En la actualidad, Criadero El Carmen está inserto en todos los eslabones de la cadena productiva del maní. No solo creamos las variedades, sino que también realizamos las multiplicaciones de la semilla hasta obtener categoría Foundation, que es la que estamos ofreciendo al mercado y es la que vendemos. Llevamos a cabo ensayos de variedades en diferentes partes del mundo. Generalmente los hacemos bajo convenios con algunas empresas y vamos evaluando y nosotros somos los que evaluamos el comportamiento que tienen nuestras variedades en diferentes ambientes. Es importante destacar que el maní es un alimento que se puede consumir directamente. Por lo tanto, cuando nosotros nos planteamos nuestros objetivos de mejoramiento, siempre tenemos que tener en cuenta 2 partes. Una es pensar en el productor, que es el que lo siembra. Por lo tanto, debemos estar pensando en materiales que sean de alto rendimiento, con resistencias a enfermedades, entre otros. Y otra es pensando en el futuro consumidor, ¿sí? Entonces, cuando pensamos en el futuro consumidor, debemos agregarle a esto que sean de alto contenido de ácido oleico, que sean materiales que tengan alta calidad, que tenga buen sabor, que tenga buen aspecto y por sobre todo que sea un alimento saludable. Basados en todos estos objetivos y con mucho trabajo en estos 30 años, hemos logrado poner a disposición variedades que han sido muy aceptadas por el sector manicero de nuestro país. La principal variedad y el principal logro que tuvo Criadero El Carmen fue en el año 2003, cuando mi padre lanza al mercado la variedad grano oleico, que fue la primera de alto contenido de ácido oleico que tenía la Argentina, y esto hizo que Argentina pasara a ser el principal exportador mundial de maníes alto oleico y de alta calidad. Entonces realmente fue un avance muy grande que hicimos a nivel país. En el año 2019 lanzamos S191 RC alto oleico, que fue la primera variedad que tenía alto contenido de ácido oleico, como así también fue la primera variedad con alta resistencia al carbón del maní. El carbón del maní es una enfermedad que nos produce muchísimas pérdidas económicas en nuestro país, no solo los productores, sino también pérdidas económicas grandes a nivel industrial. El maní es un fruto seco y en cuanto a su valor nutricional, se lo ubica a la altura de otras nueces, como por ejemplo las almendras o los pecans o castañas de cayú. Y es conocido porque tiene un alto valor calórico y aporta proteínas, vitaminas y diferentes minerales que son esenciales para el crecimiento. Y hoy en día hay muchas fundaciones, todos los días nos llegan por todas las redes sociales mucha información que todo el mundo está observándolas, y estas fundaciones realizan ayudas humanitarias y proveen en aquellos países en donde hay altos niveles de desnutrición una ración diaria de productos que están hechos a base de maní. Por ejemplo, a base de manteca de maní hay muchas barras de cereales, y esto, bueno, las proveen y ayuda a la alimentación de su población, principalmente dándosela a los niños que están en pleno crecimiento. Podemos decir, o nosotros decimos aquí en la Argentina, que realmente el maní es un superalimento. Por lo tanto, a nosotros como criadero, a Criadero El Carmen realmente le complace poner su granito de arena apostando al mejoramiento de este cultivo.
On the other side of the world, crops like bambara groundnut and different types of indigenous legumes and vegetables play an important role in improving local nutrition and have a real potential to take millions of people out of hunger and malnourishment. In Indonesia, Nepal, and Ethiopia, volunteers from Plant Breeders Without Borders have initiated a program to increase the production of underutilized but highly nutritious crops.
Hello, my name's Anthony Ledden. I'm the founder of Plant Breeders Without Borders. So Plant Breeders Without Borders is an NGO, and what we do is we get plant breeders to volunteer their time to go and work in developing countries, training smallholder farmers how to breed and develop their own varieties and crops of underutilized crops. So they're crops that are not commonly used or not the mainstream type crops, but ones that are in the background that are very important to those smallholder farmers in the regions that they're in, but they have very little research and breeding work done on them. So this is an opportunity to help develop varieties in crops that may be only land races or very underdeveloped crops that are not being able to be used by farmers to get the highest yields with the land that they're using there at the moment. Initially, the first project we had was in Ethiopia, where we looked at forages for their livestock production systems over there. So specifically dairying, which was really expanding and growing in Ethiopia. So they were really looking for forages to help feed their cattle and dairy market. So they usually just fed teff, straw to their livestock, and they were finding that wasn't sufficient enough to be able to give them all the nutritional needs that they needed to produce milk. And so there was quite a strong interest in forage species like oats and alfalfa or lucerne all those sorts of different crops so that farmers could grow their own seed and then produce their own varieties in that space. So that was our first pilot project in Ethiopia, and Indonesia was a country where we looked at using a crop called Bambara groundnut, and Bambara groundnut I classify as a climate change super crop. It's a legume, and the great benefits of legumes are that they're a very sustainable crop to grow for smallholder farmers because they fix their own nitrogen, so that nitrogen can be then used for other crops. And so we focused on this in Indonesia, and one of the benefits of using legumes as well is the nutrition that brings into the diets of poorer people in the community. So having higher levels of protein, which we get out of legumes, means that the nutrition of their younger infants when they're fed crops like Bambara groundnut is much greater improved, because the protein that they need in their bodies to help them grow is readily utilised from these legumes, and Bambara groundnut is one of them. And the third project that we've done so far was in Nepal, where we focused on the underutilised crops, buckwheat and millets. So they were really important in their space because buckwheat's used as a good control for weeds in organic farming systems. And also millet is quite important in their diets, especially for nutrition of younger infants and that as well, because it's very high in the ability to produce malt, and it's just behind barley in its ability to do that. So in a tropical country like Nepal is, it's great to be able to have a crop that's so good for infant nutrition that can produce a lot of that malt in that situation. So they were the two major crops that we focused on in that space in Nepal.
All over the world, seed companies working with local communities are taking action to end hunger and malnutrition by not only improving major crops that nourish a big part of the global population, like wheat and rice, but also by increasing the availability of underutilized but highly nutritional crops like peanuts and indigenous legumes and vegetables. Together, seed companies contribute to providing the input that farmers need to grow food and to keep our diverse populations nourished.
Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed this first episode. More is coming soon within the next weeks. And I would like also to inform you yet during the next weeks, we will have the BRIE Summit end of this month on the UN Food System Summit to prepare what we will decide later this year. Lots of communications will come, information for you. We will take place and take our part in this discussion. But now it's time to close our first fully virtual event from a studio. It's the second virtual event, but the first from a studio. For us, the ISF team, this was certainly a new experience. We enjoyed it a lot. We were thrilled to come here, and we hope the setup, you liked it in terms of engagement and also in terms of seeing people perhaps yet again together. I think therefore for us it was not only an experience, but I hope also we could send to you important messages and build further engagement with you. I would like to thank here also our all sponsors, but also our board of directors who gave us the green light to go to a studio, because it's something new. And you know ISF never sleeps. We will continue to innovate, find new ways of engagement. This was one. and others will follow. But now I would like to thank also the team. Again, you will discover a team, gender balance. Well, it's a question within ISF, but I'm very happy. I'm very proud of this team because each of the team members made it happen. It's only 7 weeks ago we had to switch from the idea to go together to Barcelona to go into the studio. This means also we had to switch competencies, knowledge, expertise. We needed to use all what is existing within our team. And I would like to start individually to thank them not only, but really also to express the thanks from our federation to the work they have done to make this virtual event happen. And I will start with Ira, who is our social media manager. And many of you know her yet. She's engaging a lot. She is increasing also our level of engagement on social media. Please, Ira, share with us the latest news, latest figures.
Thank you, Michael. So first of all, I would like to say thank you to everybody for participating in this second virtual Congress, the first that we're doing live from a studio. So I'm Ira, I'm the person in the live chat, thanking you for participating. And also, I would like to thank all the participants for their patience with the registration. I understand that we encountered a bit of some problems at the beginning, but thank you for your patience and thank you for joining us. So we had a total of around 1,150 participants, and we hope that they all get a chance to watch the replays that are available on the Congress website and also to keep engaging with ISF on social media. And just for everyone's information, all of the episodes will be available in the coming weeks on channel World Seed, which is ISF's channel on YouTube. So please make sure to subscribe and to follow that channel. Thank you. So I'll turn it over now to Francine, who may have a few words for you.
Thank you. That means let's continue with our, how could I present her? Communication manager is not enough. The master of ceremony of ISF. And please, Francine, thanks again also for the job. And perhaps you have some additional information to share.
Well, thank you, Michael. For me, I wanted to say this was a first for us to work in the studio, and it has been a great and fulfilling experience for us. And I hope it was for you as well to follow us for 3 days and watching all our content. And we promise to deliver you even more quality content in the next few days and in the next few weeks and months as well. So on behalf of the communications team of ISF, thank you so much for staying with us and for sticking with us and for joining the dialogue on resilience and on seeds.
Thanks so much, Francine. But the communication team is not alone. We have other persons in the team who contributed also the engagement and the organization of this event. And I would like to present here Marie, Members Engagement Manager of ISF. Besides this, she is also in charge of finances. Also, she contributed that our members are aware what is happening here. And therefore, I would like to thank her also. I would like also to present Camille next to me, who is our events manager and who also supported us to set up the whole thing behind the scene. And she's yet ready today to prepare for next year's Congress. I would like also to present to you Chandra next to me, which is our ISHI technical lead. Then we have our two other moderators here. Helen, which is our outreach manager, agricultural outreach manager, but at the same time also I would like to thank her because that's also new. We learned as a team also to moderate sessions here and to build engagement through this studio. And therefore I think we learned, we had to convince ourselves sometimes. It was not so easy to stand before a camera, therefore also thanks to Helen. And then Dr. Rose, who had several moderations to deliver, and I think we all enjoyed today to talk with Doha from the World Trade Organization. And then also for Rose, thanks so much for the nice panels we had. It was also not an easy, and you saw we learned a lot. We had panels with speakers in the studio. We had panels with no speaker in the studio. And it's sometimes then even more challenging to moderate a panel with all the speakers at home. And therefore also thanks for this, Rose. With this, thanks to to the team. Thanks to all of you who followed us during 3 days. Perhaps some of you are sad that we are closing up now, but we are yet inviting you for next year. We will go to Barcelona, 16th to 18th of May. More information will come soon. And I see someone is watching on me. I would not like to forget here, I spoke about gender balance. Our friend Xavi is not here, and we would really include him to thank him. He has to continue the work. Someone has to work. We are enjoying the studio. Xavi is continuing the work, and he has also done several participations in the panel. That means, again, next year we will meet, we hope, again in person from the 16th to 18th of May. But in any case, we learned a lot. We will not only be in person, even next year we will find ways to communicate through this virtual world. We will see what will be the setup. Follow us. We will not stand still. ISF will not sleep. We will innovate in terms of communication and engagement. With this, thanks so much and see you soon. Bye-bye.